Assistant Solicitor General Rex Bernardo Pascual. Appearing as counsel for private respondents, heirs of Ferdinand E. Marcos, with Attorney Hyacinth E. Rafael Antonio. Invited as resource persons by the Court, Your Honors, we have National Historical Commission of the Philippines, Chairperson, Honorable Maria Serena I. Jokno, former DILG Secretary, Rafael M. Alunan III, PCGG Research Department Director, Danilo Richard V. Daniel, Ombudsman Conchita Carpio Morales, Human Rights Victims Claims Board Chairperson, Lina Castillo Sarmiento, and Commission on Human Rights Chairperson, Jose Luis Martin C. Gascon. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Please, may I request the counsel for petitioners to remain standing while the rest can please take their seats. The counsel for petitioners have already manifested that you are going to divide your time according to the following allocation. You have 30 minutes each. Please confirm. Petitioner Congressman Edsel Lagman will have 9 minutes, 7.5 minutes for, well, this is my first time to see fractions of minutes being allocated. Talk about equity, huh? So 7.5 minutes for Attorney Gutierrez. Petitioner Colmenares will have 4 minutes. Attorney Cortez will have 3.5 minutes. Attorney Balisi, 3 minutes, and Attorney Latif, 3 minutes. Is that confirmed? Okay. Attorney Anama, you have your timer set even for these fractions because this is the first time you'll be watching fractions. You've already been given instructions on what to watch out for the color coding in the timer of the court. And the court has agreed that all of you 6 will have your time. Kindly please, while one is standing here in the rostrum, the other will be on standby, so we then spend time shifting our chairs and waiting for the persons to be able to approach the rostrum. And then we go through all of them, we finish your 30 minutes, and then the interpellation will begin. So you've all received your copy of the advisories, both the petitioners and the respondents, and we expect the issues to be argued accordingly. Thank you. Petitioner Lagman will please approach the rostrum while the rest will kindly take their seats.
Good morning, Your Honors. Your Honors, far from being a hero, former President Ferdinand Marcos was a despot, an oppressor of the Filipino people during the dark era of martial law. He is grossly unfit to be buried in the Libingan ng mga Bayani. The etymology of hero and Bayani is a warrior who protects or defends his people. Verily, Marcos was not the protector of the Filipino people. He was its tormentor until the EDSA revolution ousted him as a tyrant and a pillager. Marcos's cardinal sins against the Filipino nation indubitably disqualify him from a hero's burial in the Libingan. The following historical facts are verifiable and incontrovertible. They could be accorded judicial notice. 1. He declared martial law for malevolent and contrived reasons to perpetuate himself in power. 2. He padlocked the Congress and arrogated the role of sole legislator. To stifle dissent, he unwarrantedly incarcerated titans in the political opposition and personalities in the left. 4. He emasculated the judiciary, ordered members of the bench below the Supreme Court to resign, and caused the arrest and incarceration of perceived enemies of the state without bail and trial, contrary to judicial processes. 5. He wantonly violated the people's political, civil, economic, and human rights. Among the multitude of victims of martial law, the most unfortunate are the desaparecidos, because not even crude crosses mark their unknown graves. 6, he forcibly closed media outlets, detained journalists, suppressed the freedom of the press and of expression. 7, he unlawfully took over private enterprises and public utilities. 8, he plundered the economy and amassed ill-gotten hoards amounting to billions of US dollars. 9, he allowed cronies to inordinately and criminally enrich themselves. 10, he ballooned the foreign debt from 1 billion in 1965 to 28 billion in 1986, the payment of which, including his behest loans, constricted the budget of the subsequent administrations at the expense of socio-economic services. 11, he submerged the economy to a GDP of minus 7%. And 12, he was ousted as a tyrant by people power and dishonorably discharged by popular action, a direct act of the sovereign people. No less than the Honorable Supreme Court in Marcos versus Manglapus confirmed the Marcoses' plunder when it barred in 2003 the return of the dictator and his family to the Philippines in order not to prejudice, quote, efforts to recover the enormous wealth stashed away by the Marcoses in foreign jurisdictions, resulting in the precarious state of our economy, which is easily within the ambit of judicial notice, unquote. A public interest then justified barring the return of to the Philippines of Marcos and his family. Public interest now must likewise bar Marcos's burial in the Heroes Cemetery. In PCGG versus Peña, the Marcos regime's, quote, organized pillage, unquote, and the ingenuity, quote, in the ingenuity of the plunderers and pillagers, unquote, were judicially underscored. In the Republic of the Philippines versus Libingan Bayan, the Honorable Supreme Court forfeited in favor of the Republic of the Philippines Marcos's ill-gotten wealth of more than 658 million US dollars. Earlier, on December 10, 1997, the Swiss Federal Supreme Court turned over to the Philippines the original amount of $356 million, ruling that, quote, there was little doubt about the criminal provenance of the secret Marcos accounts and securities hidden in the Swiss banks. The brutalities of martial law were validated by the U.S. District Court of Hawaii when on September 24, 1992, it ruled that Marcos was culpable of human rights violations against around 10,000 claimants, and the Marcos estate was held liable for damages since during the pendency of the action, Marcos had died. This foreign court decision was recognized by the Honorable Supreme Court in Mahares versus Granada. The Philippine Legislative and Executive Departments also made factual determination of the inordinate plunder and wanton violation of human rights by Marcos with the enactment of Republic Act No. 10368 or the Human Rights Victims Reparation and Recognition Act of 2013, which unequivocally established the following. A, the human rights violation victims are recognized as heroes, while Marcos has been held accountable for the martial law atrocities, if not personally by command responsibility. And B, as oppressor and violator of human rights, the late dictator is obviously not entitled to a burial in the Libingan. Against the foregoing incontrovertible backdrop, there is no reasonable and logical conclusion other than that the late strongman does not deserve a hero's burial in the Libingan. The Marcos family cannot belatedly claim that Marcos is entitled to be buried in the Libingan because 23 years ago, they forged an agreement with the Ramos administration that his remains be flown directly to Ilocos Norte on September 5, 1993, and be given a quick burial thereat. This agreement is not denied by the Marcos family. This agreement constitutes a waiver, even as the Marcos family is also in its total, because they have allowed more than 2 decades to pass without making a formal claim of a hero's burial for the late dictator in the Libingan. The agreement is not against any law or public policy. It was binding on the administrations of President Estrada, Arroyo, and Aquino, and it is binding with the same legal efficacy on President Duterte. This valid agreement has sealed with finality the coffin of Marcos in Batak. The fact that Marcos was a soldier and a former president is completely nullified by his fake medals and his cardinal sins against the Filipino nation. We can move unhampered by a Marcos burial. In fact, the nation has been moving on until the momentum was interrupted by President Duterte's announcement to purportedly redeem a campaign promise. The Marcos burial in the Libingan will not bring closure. It will intensify national disunity and discord. It will perpetuate a patent injustice. Let not the wounds inflicted by Marcos's ignominious martial law regime bleed anew. A Marcos burial would glorify a dictator, distort history, aggravate the injustice to human rights violation victims and their families, and mock the heroism of desaparecidos and other victims of Marcos's atrocities. Your Honors, we beseech the Honorable Supreme Court to foreclose a national tragedy by prohibiting the burial of Marcos's remains in the Libingan ng mga Bayani now and forever. Let not the dictator Marcos perpetuate injustice beyond the grave. Evil.
Good morning, Your Honors. Petitioner's argument is simple. The President's discretion in the matter of the Marcos burial is neither free nor absolute. It is limited and bound by the Act of the Sovereign People during the 1986 People Power Revolution, by the Constitution produced by that revolution, by several laws, and by numerous decisions of this Honorable Court. The Solicitor General himself accepts the fact of limited discretion when he identifies Section 14 of the Revised Administrative Code as legal basis for the President's directive to bury Marcos in the Libingan. Section 14 clearly requires that the presidential reservation of public land must be for a specific public purpose. The Solgen further specifies what may constitute this public purpose, citing Mañosca versus Court of Appeals and City of Manila versus Chinese Community of Manila. He argues that a reservation of public land to recognize, and I quote, a person's contribution to Philippine history or culture, his own words, is for a legitimate public purpose and is thus valid and lawful. By this standard, it is crystal clear that the burial of Marcos in the Libingan does not serve any legitimate public purpose. Most certainly, Marcos had no contribution to Philippine history and culture that is worthy of recognition. On the contrary, his grave misdeeds are matters of fact, established and long settled. Petitioners point to the following. First, Marcos was deposed by the direct act of the sovereign people through the People Power Revolution. Second, the Constitution itself, as a whole and in its parts, is a clear reaction against the excesses of the Marcos regime. This much is admitted by the Solgen, who conceded that it is a product of our collective history as a people, including the nation's experience under the martial law, whose framers saw fit to include provisions as a reaction to the perils of martial law. This admission by the Solgen is consistent with the record of the Constitutional Commission, which is replete with references to the predations of the dictatorship. Commissioner Jose Noliedo, for instance, observed the following. The Marcos regime has wrought great havoc to our country. It has intensified insurgency and is guilty of rampant violations of human rights and injustices it has committed. It has brought about economic turmoil. It has institutionalized widespread graft and corruption in all levels of government, and it has bled the national treasury, resulting in great financial hemorrhage of our country. Indeed, the very design of the Constitution is premised not only on a recognition of the sins of Marcos, but also on the people's clear resolve that they should never again suffer under a dictator. This resolve is apparent from this Honorable Court's expanded power of judicial review to the curtailment and regulation of the Commander-in-Chief powers, from the establishment of the Ombudsman and the CHR to the primacy given to human rights as a state priority. Third, a number of important statutes rest on a consistent policy condemning the grave misdeeds of the Marcos regime, and the President is constitutionally bound to uphold these laws. The details of these laws will be discussed in detail by counsel for co-petitioners. Fourth, as discussed just now by Congressman Lagman, numerous decisions by this honorable court have consistently ruled on the culpability of Marcos. Let me just note that as late as 2012, in the case of COCOFED versus Republic, Your Honors unanimously declared that the court can take, as it has in fact taken, judicial notice of schemes and machinations that have been put in place to keep ill-gotten assets under wraps. So it was that in PCGG versus Peña, the court, describing the rule of Marcos as a well-entrenched plundering regime of 20 years, noted the magnitude of the past regime's organized pillage and the ingenuity of the plunderers and pillagers with the assistance of experts and the best legal minds in the market. Fifth, international human rights law, which the Solgen takes pains to emphasize the Philippines is compliant with, imposes on the state the duty to provide an effective remedy for victims of human rights violations. This requires the restitution, compensation, and ultimately satisfaction by the state through an official declaration restoring the dignity, reputation, and rights of the victim, and judicial and administrative sanctions against the violator. But most importantly, it demands that the victim should know the truth of their victimhood and that its memory be preserved. How then can the state discharge this duty if Marcos is buried as a hero? Sixth, likewise condemnatory of the Marcos regime are the findings of the NHCP, which under RA 10086 is mandated to resolve with finality issues or conflicts on Philippine history. In explicitly opposing the burial, the NHCP found that Mr. Marcos' military record is fraught with myths, factual inconsistencies, and lies, and that Marcos lied about receiving U.S. medals, his Ang Maharlika guerrilla unit was never officially recognized, nor was his leadership of it, his promotion to major and lieutenant colonel were never recognized, and that some of his actions as a soldier were officially called into question and characterized as usurpation, illegal, and a malicious criminal act. Remarkably, it is the Solgen's very own tirade found in paragraphs 203 to 205 of his comment that provides final and compelling proof that the late dictator had absolutely no contribution to Philippine history worthy of recognition. The burial not serving any legitimate public purpose, respondents failed to meet the legal standard they have set for themselves, and it is this very failure that constitutes their grave abuse of discretion. Neither may respondents find justification through the Solgen's attempt to force a mechanical and soulless reading of AFP regulations divorced from the legal standards that support them. Such an out-of-context approach could only lead to absurd results. Under the mechanical interpretation proposed, a soldier who participates in the massacre of an entire village and then escapes conviction by dying would nevertheless be entitled to a hero's burial. As this honorable court stated in People v. Salas, we admonish against a too literal reading of the law, as this is apt to constrict rather than fulfill its purpose and defeat the intention of its authors. That intention is usually found not in the letter that killeth, but in the spirit that vivifieth. Indeed, Marcos' condemnation under the Constitution and various laws should be read into AFP regulations. So too should the standard in the unrepealed magsaysay issuances cited by the Solgen himself, EO 77 and Proclamation 86, that persons to be buried at the Libingan should be worthy of being honored and of the nation's esteem and reverence. Can I just finish the last paragraph, Your Honor? Thank you. In closing, I quote Petitioner Maglipon, "What is important to me personally is to be able to let a nation know, again, what we went through, what this country went through, and what justice requires. This is her hope as a citizen, Your Honors, but it is also the command of our Constitution and our laws. And it is the imperative placed before us by our history as a free people. We pray that this hope, this command, this imperative be heeded." Thank you very much, Your Honors.
Petitioner, Attorney Efraim Cortez.
Your Honors, good morning. This case is ripe for judicial determination, and the issues raised therein do not fall within the ambits of the political question doctrine. While it is true that full discretionary authority may be delegated to the executive branch of the government on issues which are dependent upon the wisdom of a particular measure, what is being questioned in the present case is not the wisdom exercised by the public respondents, but the legality or the validity of the decision to allow the burial of Ferdinand Marcos at the Libingan ng mga Bayani. Hence, the arguments common in all the petitions aver that the decision allowing the Marcos burial at the Libingan is contrary to existing laws and the Constitution. In fact, They were issued with grave abuse of discretion since the only purpose why the public respondents are allowed the burial is to fulfill a campaign promise to the Marcoses in utter disregards of law and regulation. This shows, Your Honors, that they issued the subject acts capriciously and whimsically. Petitioners are all Filipinos. Every citizen of this country has the right and the standing to question the burial of a dictator, a plunderer, and a world-recognized human rights violator at a cemetery reserved for a class of people who are worthy of emulation and inspiration. Most of the petitioners are human rights violations victims during martial law. They are HRVVs as defined under Section 3, Paragraph C, and Section 17 of RA 10368. Petitioners as human rights victims will sustain a direct legal injury as the internment of Marcos at the Libingan distorts and misrepresents the historical fact that he committed human rights violations during his regime. RA 10368 does not pertain to reparation by way of damages alone. It likewise recognizes the heroism and sacrifices of the petitioners for having fought the dictatorship and suffered as a result thereof, and restored their honor and dignity in recognition of the indignities and atrocities they suffered during martial law. The burial of Marcos will distort the historical basis upon which these rights were granted and an affront to their honor and dignity. To this extent, the petitioners will suffer direct injury. On the other hand, the issue of standing may be set aside as the main issue being raised in this case is of transcendental importance. It involves issues which are of paramount interest and not mere personal injury to the petitioners. This is a matter that has overreaching legal, moral, and political implications to the country, the Filipino people, the international community, since it will rewrite how history will view Ferdinand Marcos and his more than 20-year dictatorial rule. This case does not violate the principle of hierarchy of courts and the principle of exhaustion of administrative remedies. Direct resort to the Honorable Court is being invoked by the petitioners as they have no other plain, speedy, and adequate remedy in the ordinary course of law. Finally, Your Honors, the Court is entreated to extend the status quo ante order, which has enjoined the burial for 20 days. The petitioners are entitled to preliminary injunction because they possess a clear legal right under the Constitution and the law, and to which Marcos's burial at the Libingan ng Bayani will cause grave and irreparable injury. If the burial is implemented as planned, it will have adverse effect and irreversible effect on the rights and interests of the petitioners. On the other hand, if the status quo were to be maintained, no injury will be caused to the respondents and the heirs of Marcos, since the remains of Marcos will stay undisturbed in the same place where it was interred in 1993, where it should remain forever. Thank you, Your Honors.
Congressman Colmenares.
Good morning, Your Honors. On the substantive issues, a dictator responsible for countless human rights violations and the ravenous plunder of the country's coffers has no place in the pantheons we have reserved for those whose lives we deemed worthy of serving as our moral compass in charting our collective destiny. The dishonored cannot join the honored. The main attack in this petition charges respondents of grave abuse of discretion, violation of Republic Act 289, and the standards included therein, as well as the constitutional provisions and under sections 11 and 27 of Article 2. Violation of the rights, the second attack, Your Honor, the violation of the rights of the victims under RA 10368. RA 289 ordained that a pantheon shall be constructed to perpetuate the memory of all presidents, national heroes, and patriots for the inspiration and emulation of this generation and the generation still unborn. This, we contend, is the standard under RA 289, which respondents violated in allowing Marcos, who is not worthy of emulation and inspiration, to be interred in the Libingan. Second, Your Honor, RA 10368 gave human rights violations victims of Marcos the right to reparation as well as the recognition and the documentation of their sacrifices and heroism in the role of victims and in a memorial. How can the law grant these rights to the victims, Your Honor, while at the same time the respondents will bury their tormentor in a place where he is a model worthy of emulation? These rights will be violated, Your Honors, with the interment of Marcos in a place where he is deemed worthy of emulation and inspiration. To augment our main contention above, and as an alternative to the petition's main attack, we also assert that to allow the interment of Marcos in the Libingan disregards public policy. We do not refer to the public policy from the civil law perspective in this case, but apply it to the constitutional and statutory public policy to mandate what is for the common good. We base this on what we forward as the public policy in the Constitution and from a long line of legislative, judicial, and executive acts since 1986, such as RA 10368, Executive Order Number 1 creating PCGG, Republic Act 6137 or the CARP Law, and court decisions such as Republic versus Sandigan Bayan. In Marcos versus Manglapos, this honorable court ruled that this case is unique. It should not create a precedent for the case of a dictator forced out of office and into exile after causing 20 years of political, economic, and social havoc in the country, and who within the short space of 3 years seeks to return is a class by itself. Close quote. The decision showed that Marcos in this case and in a long line of executive, judicial, and legislative acts treated Marcos differently for his abuses during martial law. The public policy we infer in all this is that the state shall promote human rights and accountability, and that the state shall recognize martial law abuses to prevent its repetition. For violating RA 289 and the rights of the victims under RA 10863, the assailed directives must fall. To allow Marcos interment in the Libingan is to regard public policy. Thank you, Your Honors.
Attorney Balisi.
Good morning, Your Honors. We respectfully submit that the President's verbal directive formalized in the August 7, 2016 memorandum to bury Ferner President Marcos in the Libingan ng mga Bayani violates Republic Act No. 289. As stressed by Congressman Colmenares, RA 289 is the legal standard that governs the President's act in question. The purpose of the law is clear. The National Pantheon, now known as the Libingan ng mga Bayani, was constructed to perpetuate the memory of our heroes, patriots, and other great men of our country, for the inspiration and emulation of this generation and of generations still unborn. It is of judicial notice, Your Honors, as part of the history of the Philippines, that President Marcos committed and caused to be committed many atrocious crimes that against the Filipino people during his regime. These established historical facts make President Marcos unworthy of the honor intended to inspire and to be emulated by the current and future generations. In addition to historical facts, our laws and jurisprudence provide legislative facts, which are also within the ambit of judicial notice, that President Marcos and his cronies plundered the nation's coffers and committed gross human rights violations against the Filipino people on a scale that even required the state for remedial action. First, Executive Order No. 1 explicitly declared that the vast resources of the government have been amassed by President Marcos and his cronies, both here and abroad, and decreed the state's policy and mission to recover the same. The amendatory laws of the Sandigan Bayan Law provided for the judicial mechanism to recover the ill-gotten wealth accumulated by President Marcos. Furthermore, this honorable court itself declared that President Marcos is guilty of amassing ill-gotten wealth in the cases of Republic versus Sandigan Bayan and Marcos versus Republic. Second, Congress enacted RA 10368, which declared the policy of the state to recognize the heroism and sacrifices of all Filipinos who were victims of summary execution, torture, and forced or involuntary disappearance, and other gross human rights violations in the Marcos regime. All these facts, Your Honors, both historical and legislative, lead to the inescapable conclusion that President Marcos is one who is unworthy of inspiration or emulation, or to be held in esteem or reverence by the Filipino people. Hence, his remains should not be interred in the Libingan. While the text of the law states, and I quote, all presidents shall be interred in the Libingan ng mga Bayani, unquote, allowing President Marcos to be buried therein will render absurd and defeat the purpose and noble intent of RA 289. After all, it is a basic principle in our system of laws that every statute should be construed so as to harmonize it with existing laws. Your Honors, may I finish my 2 paragraphs? Now, the OSG maintains that claim that RA 289 is inapplicable as the Libingan is allegedly not the national pantheon referred to under 289. The OSG is mistaken as it confuses the site with the law. An examination of the relevant statutes and presidential issuances, to mention a few, EO 77, Proclamation numbers 86, 423, and 208, clearly reveals, Your Honors, that the present Libingan is in fact the realized implementation of the planned national pantheon envisioned under RA 289. Thus, to honor and perpetuate the memory of President Marcos is nothing less than a mockery and a repudiation of the sacrifices and struggles of the Filipino people from oppression and tyranny, especially those who were victims of or who fought against martial law. We respectfully submit. Thank you.
Attorney Lateef. Please, there is a request here. Please tell the court who you are representing.
Your Honor, please, I'm representing myself, Your Honor, and I'm filing this case, Your Honor, on behalf of those Moro whose rights were violated.
The Muslims?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Tomorrow.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes, and you wanted to add anything? No
Nothing,
more.
Your Honor.
Okay. Just for the information of the members of the court, because of the question, Petitioner Lagman is speaking on behalf of FIND, the families of the disappeared. Attorney Gutierrez is counsel for Ete Rosales et al. Petitioner Colmenares is acting for himself and as counsel for Saturo Campo et al. Attorney Cortez is also counsel for Saturo Campo et al. And Attorney Balisi is counsel for Senator Alvarez et al. Okay. Proceed, Attorney Lateef.
Thank you, Madam Chief Justice. May it please the court. Your Honor, under the reparation law or the Republic Act 10368, the state acknowledges its wrongful acts against its citizens, deaths, injuries, sufferings, deprivation, and damages during martial law. Your Honors, the Moros suffered traumatic experience from the oppression of the state during that time. From 1970 to 1996, there were 120,000 deaths, both civilians and combatants, brought about by the martial law. Moro women were raped, children were killed, houses and mosques were burned, and countless massacres committed. The list is endless, Your Honors. In fact, my mother is yet to bury the remains of her brother, who is a victim of enforced disappearance. Your Honors, reparation law declared two important policies that the state must uphold. First, to recognize heroism and sacrifices of human rights violation victims. Second, to restore the honors and dignity of the victims. These declared policies are vested rights in favor of the victims that the state has a duty to uphold. Consequently, the state cannot provide military honors according to a president, as in this case, to the remains of Mr. Marcos, a human rights perpetrator, because it is contrary to the policy of the state to restore honor and human dignity to the victims. Similarly, allocating a spot at the Libingan ng mga Bayani for the burial of Marcos remains militates against the declared state policy to recognize the heroism and sacrifices of the victims. Your Honors, The state cannot honor a human rights perpetrator after admitting its wrongful acts against its citizens, its victims, Your Honor. It is in the law, Your Honor. It is in Republic Act 10386. Your Honor, the act of burial of the remains in the libingan ng mga bayani is an expression of state's esteem and reverence to the dead, as pronounced in Proclamation 86 issued by President Ramon Magsaysay. The reparation law provides for the memorialization, which refers to the preservation of the memory of the victims, objects, events, and lessons learned during the Marcos regime. It is a state duty, and it is the essence of reparation law and a treaty obligation. This honorable court is consistent in its decision referring to the former president as dictator in 20 cases and authoritarian in 18 decisions. It also rejected the exercise of Mr. Marcos' quote, despotic, capricious, oppressive, unjustifiable exercise of government power. Your Honor, Chief Justice Tihan Kee, speaking for the court, described Marcos regimes as organized pillage and plunderer of the wealth of the nation. For these reasons, Your Honor, Marcos' burial is repugnant to Proclamation number 86. This is so since Libingan ng mga bayani is a national shrine. It is a repository of nation's memory which must be preserved as a sacred and revered burial ground. Second, the burial is against the right of the victims to full and adequate reparation under the reparation law and under international law. Finally, Your Honor, we respectfully plead to this honorable court to write its opinion, celebrating and memorializing freedom by honoring the memories of the victims, their heroism against the oppression of the state during martial law. For the foregoing arguments, Your Honor, we move to grant the petition. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I request representatives of both those who are against the Marcos burial as well as those who are for the burial of the former president to kindly request those whom you may influence outside who are rallying to kindly lower the volume of the noise they are generating. Thank you very much. Proceed with the interpellations. So we will begin with Justice Kagiwa. And may I just know, one of the persons that we have not been able to account for is the Adjutant General of the AFP. Thank you. Thank you very much. So Justice Kagiwa will please start interpellations.
Thank you, Chief. I need to clarify certain things first. Attorney Balisi.
Good morning, Your Honor.
On pages 5 to 11 of the consolidated comment of the Solicitor General, they trace the legal history of the Libingan ng mga bayani.
Yes, Your Honor.
It begins with Proclamation number 86, which says that it is renaming the Republic Memorial Cemetery into the Libingan ng mga bayani because the name Republic Memorial Cemetery is not symbolic of the cause for which our soldiers have died and does not truly express the nation's esteem and reverence for her war dead. The OSG has likewise emphasized that President Marcos was a soldier, a veteran of World War II. They also mentioned that Republic Act 289, referring to the National Pantheon, refers to a parcel of land that is distinct from the parcel of land known as Libingan ng mga bayani. My question is, are these facts still being disputed by the petitioners?
As far as these issuances, Your Honor, we do not dispute the facts.
In fact, in Proclamation number 431, a certain parcel of land situated in Quezon City was reserved to stand for the National Pantheon, which is a parcel of land that is distinct and separate from the Libingan na Bayani ng mga Bayani where it is right now, correct?
We confirm, Your Honor.
Can I ask Representative Lagman, please? In your presentation of the historical facts of the acts done by President Marcos, these were all acts done after he was already a soldier. Am I not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So these were acts made by President Marcos as a civilian. And what the Office of the Solicitor General is saying is that he is being buried in the Libingan only because he is a soldier and a president and a statesman.
Your Honor, the historical facts would pertain to the regime of martial law under the late president.
That's right.
The excesses, atrocities, and plunder committed consequent to the declaration of martial law.
All of which were done by him while he was already a civilian.
Yes, Your Honor, as not as a soldier anymore. But the fact is, not all soldiers are entitled to be buried in the Libingan. The law imposes inherent standards between the good and the bad, the legitimate and the illegitimate, and those who are entitled or not.
All right. So just to crystallize your position, Representative Lagman, what you're saying is that given the language of Proclamation 86, which is that it shall be the resting place for soldiers who had died for a cause, what you are saying is that by his acts as a civilian, President Marcos had forfeited his right to be buried in the Libingan ng mga Bayani.
Yes, Your Honor. These cardinal sins of the late president nullified his status as soldier and president. So he is not entitled to a hero's burial at the Libingan ng mga Bayani.
From what I understand from what the Solicitor General is saying in his consolidated comment, can you not actually distinguish the persona of President Marcos as a soldier on the one hand and as a civilian president who committed misdeeds on the other?
Your Honor, there should be no distinction whatsoever because his acts as a civilian nullified his status as a soldier. Particularly so when there is the finding that he had fake medals and other decorations and that his ranks were not recognized by the authorities concerned.
All right. Again, in the consolidated comment of the Office of the Solicitor General, they meet that directly, and they say that they are not disputing the historical facts that you have just narrated. What they're saying is that, in fact, they state that burying President Marcos in the Libingan will not and does not make him a hero at page 67, and will not rewrite history, and that his interment in Libingan only recognizes that he was a former president, a statesman, and a soldier. So my question there is this: can you identify any specific law or statute that is being violated by burying President Marcos in the Libingan?
Yes, Your Honor. The very precursor law, which is Republic Act 289, is being violated because under that law, the reason for a hero's memorial is that one is an inspiration and worthy of emulation. But in the case of the late president, he is neither an inspiration or worthy of emulation. There's another law. This is Republic Act 10368, which is the recognition and reparation for human rights violation victims, wherein they were declared by no less than the political departments of the government as heroes and martyrs, while the late president was the violator or oppressor, Your Honor.
Let's start with Republic Act 289. Attorney Balisi has confirmed that that law pertains to the national pantheon, which refers to a parcel of land that is distinct and separate from the current Libingan ng mga Bayani. Inasmuch as RA 289 makes specific reference to that piece of property as later on identified by Proclamation number 431, why do you say that the standards there in that law should apply to the Libingan ng mga Bayani?
Your Honor, the change of the venue or site will not abrogate the principal preamble of the law, which is to give recognition to those who will give inspiration and worthy of emulation for the Filipino generations.
So I take it that as far as you're concerned, RA 289 is still good law.
Yes, Your Honor, it is still a good law. As a matter of fact, in the comment of the heirs of the late president, they trace the history of Republic Act 289 up to the present Libingan ng mga Bayani.
Can you point to any issuance that actually says that the national pantheon or that the Libingan ng mga Bayani is the national pantheon that was actually intended by Republic Act 289?
The factual sequence and logical consequence of supervening issuances would affirm that, Your Honor, that these were all pursuant to Republic Act 289.
Aside from RA 289 and Republic Act 10368, is there any other law that you are aware of that has a bearing on the issue of whether or not President Marcos, the burial of President Marcos in the Libingan is prohibited?
Not only a statute, Your Honor, not only a circular, but the fundamental law itself, the Constitution, would be violated if the remains of the late dictator will be buried in the Libingan.
Okay. In the legal history, again, I'm referring to the consolidated comment of the Solicitor General. In the legal history that they narrated, they make mention of Proclamation 208, which pertains to the proposed site for the Libingan. And the Solicitor General has in fact admitted at page 7 of his comment that the Libingan is a national shrine. Do you have any idea or appreciation of what that declaration of Libingan as a national shrine means?
Well, Your Honor, it's still consistent with the precursor legislation, which is a Republic Act 289, because all of these are subsequent to that Republic Act. And the meaning of a memorial, a hero cemetery, a Libingan ng mga Bayani would all be the same. It would be to honor Filipinos who are worthy of inspiration and emulation. And we argue, Your Honors, that the late dictator does not fall under this qualification or standard.
Right, let me segue to the NHCP. Is the resource person of the NHCP present? Yeah. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Dr. Jokno is requested to please approach the podium. You may refer to any document you wish in answer to the questions of Justice Kakiwa. Please.
Good morning. In your website, you list the Libingan ng mga Bayani as a National Historic Shrine. I want to confirm that as far as the NHCP is concerned, the Libingan ng mga Bayani is a National Historic Shrine.
It was created as a national shrine, and the jurisdiction was during martial law. The jurisdiction was placed for a few years under the then National Historical Commission. And then in 1977, Mr. Marcos transferred complete jurisdiction to the Department of National Defense.
Yes, but as far as the NHCP is concerned, you do consider it as a National Historic Shrine.
It's a national shrine. It's
as
a national shrine, yes, yes.
As listed in your website.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the NHCP have any rules and regulations as to what can or cannot be done in a shrine, in a national shrine?
Let me answer you this way, Your Honor. The national shrines that are under our jurisdiction were mostly established by law or by presidential proclamation.
Yes.
For example, the Rizal Shrine in Dapitan or the one in Fort Santiago. So when they are established by law, then we have our own internal rules about how the shrines are to be managed.
Well, Proclamation 208, as affirmed by the Solicitor General, has established the Libingan as a national shrine. My question is, do you have any specific rules and regulations as to what can or cannot be done as far as the Libingan is concerned, it being a national shrine?
Not with regard to the Libingan, Your Honor.
All right. In my own research, I came across a certain presidential decree. It's President PD 105. It was published on January 29, 1973. Are you aware of this?
I am afraid not, Your Honor.
It's entitled Declaring National Shrines as Sacred or Hallowed Places and Prohibiting Desecration Thereof.
Yes, this is a presidential decree.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, can I just turn back to
Thank you, Your Honor.
Representative Lagman? Are you aware of this, sir?
Well, after you have mentioned PD 105,
Can I ask Attorney
Then,
Anama to give
I
copies?
am made aware of the law.
Justice Kagiwa, would you
Your
have
Honor.
slides that we can project?
No, it's a very short presidential decree. I made 20
Okay.
copies so you can distribute to both petitioners and respondents.
All right.
This was not mentioned in your petitions, nor was it mentioned in the consolidated comment of the Solicitor General. But my own reading is that this piece of legislation appears to be relevant to the controversy at hand. Would you agree?
Yes, Your Honor, it is most relevant because it says here the national shrines are to be considered hallowed places and the desecration of the same in the form of disturbing the peace and serenity by etc. Would be prohibited. In the particular case now at bar, the burial of the late dictator will, in a hallowed ground, would desecrate the cemetery of heroes.
The third whereas clause expressly states a policy of the state to hold and keep said national shrines as sacred and hallowed places. What do you understand from that?
Well, I think hallowed and sacred are have ordinary meanings, Your Honor. And to my mind, they are places where we honor the dead or we honor events. But in the case of the president, the late president, there is no cause to honor him.
All right. In the second page of that PD, it says, and I quote, this is a presidential decree of President Marcos himself, and I quote, "I do hereby declare said national shrines and others which may be proclaimed in the future as national shrines to be hallowed places, and the desecration of the same in the form of disturbing their peace and serenity by digging, excavating, defacing, causing unnecessary noise, and committing unbecoming acts within the premises of said national shrines is hereby strictly prohibited." And in the next paragraph, it provides for a penal or a penalty. Inasmuch as this issue has not been framed by either the petitions or the comments, and inasmuch as I consider this as a relevant piece of legislation, may I ask that you submit in a written memorandum how exactly this presidential decree comes into play with respect to the act of burying President Marcos in the Libingan. Specifically, whether or not burying President Marcos in the Libingan will constitute a violation of PD 105 and the language used by PD 105 as to what are the acts of desecration. Can I ask for that written memorandum?
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that.
I will be asking that of the Solicitor General as well. I would like to hear the views of both sides on this issue.
We would like to advance the position that the enumeration herein are not exhaustive in the sense that these are very prosaic disturbance of the hallowed ground. There could be more sublime reasons for disturbing a hallowed place like a national shrine, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel. Can I turn to Attorney Gutierrez, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
In your petitions, you identified a number of constitutional provisions, Article 2, Section 11, Article 2, Section 13, Article 2, Section 27 and 28, Article 11, Section 1, Article 18. My question is, are these provisions self-executing?
Some of the provisions are self-executing, Your Honor.
Which ones?
For instance, Your Honor, the policy of the state with respect to human rights is in fact self-executing. The mandate given to the state to promote education on human rights, on national heroes, on citizenship, etc., are self-executing, Your Honor.
And by that you mean that from these provisions, there will arise a right in your favor to stop the burial of President Marcos?
In relation to the specific provisions that we cite, yes, Your Honor, but also in relation to the design of the Constitution taken as a whole. That is our principal argument, Your Honor.
Okay. And what you're saying is that the act of burying President Marcos is violative of these provisions?
It runs counter, Your Honor, to the very notion embedded in numerous provisions of the 1987 Constitution that Mr. Marcos was in fact a dictator, a tyrant, a human rights violator, and a plunderer. In fact, the 1986 Constitutional Commission, Your Honor, aside from its own record, when it passed its primer on the new Constitution, it specifically characterized the 87 Constitution as an anti-dictatorship Constitution. And the court, in this honorable court, in numerous decisions, has actually affirmed that view.
Okay. I'll jump. The report of the NHCP on the medals of President Marcos, you said that this is a basis for not allowing President Marcos to be interred in the Libingan, and you quoted portions of that report with respect to fake medals that were never received.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the Solicitor General has pointed out that the report did not take into consideration the side of the AFP, and that the AFP validates or affirms that there was in fact a Medal of Valor medal that was given to President Marcos.
With all due respect to the Solicitor General, Your Honor, Republic Act 10086 empowers the NHCP as the final arbiter for all historical controversies, not the OSG or the Armed Forces of the
Yes,
Philippines.
and the NHCP did not mention in its report that the Medal of Valor award given to President Marcos was a fake award.
Well, it might not have been mentioned there, Your Honor, but it characterized Mr. Marcos' war record insofar as his U.S. declarations are concerned and some of the claims that he actually made post-war as being characteristic of a malicious intent to actually commit fraud, Your Honor. In other words, he was actually dishonest and there were actually lies contained in these submissions, Your
All
Honor.
right, but nevertheless, the report did not tackle the Medal of Valor award, correct?
Insofar as my understanding of the report, Your Honor, it did not touch on that specifically, Your Honor.
And one of the grounds for allowing burial in the Libingan under the AFP regulations would be a Medal of Valor awardee. Is that correct?
Based on the AFP's own regulations,
That's
Your
right.
Honor.
I'm referring to that.
Yes, Your Honor. If we just look at the AFP regulations and take them literally, absent any other context, that is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Can I ask Attorney Colmenares for the next few questions that I have?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. You mentioned public policy as being embodied in several laws that you mentioned,
Yes, Your Honor.
namely the HHRCV law as well as the RA 289.
Yes, Your Honor.
In opposition, the Solicitor General has also bandied about its own policies on public policies, and they're referring to the separation of powers and the power of the President under the Administrative Code to reserve a parcel of land for a public purpose. My question to you is this: how do you expect the court to resolve which public policy should be given more primacy?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the argument of the Solicitor General, Your Honor, is with regards to the power of the President to allocate lands. However, the grave abuse of discretion we are pointing out here, Your Honor, is on the issue of his whimsical and arbitrary exercise of that power, Your Honor. The public policy, of course, in the Constitution we would like to forward, Your Honor, is more peremptory in that sense, Your Honor. The public policy that we are referring to here, Your Honor, is not the civil law public policy that is normally being undertaken in many of the cases. It is the public policy enshrined in the Constitution, which, as mentioned a while ago, is anti-dictatorship. It is practically actually recognizing the martial law abuses during martial law and to prevent the repetition. So we would like to think, Your Honor, that this honorable court will tend to, in fact, favor the public policy in the Constitution. In fact, for me, Your Honor, the policy that the repetition of martial abuses should not be allowed, Your Honor, is one of the main considerations in many of the executive and legislative actions, Your Honor, and even judicial actions, Your Honor, please.
Okay. But you do recognize that the President, as Chief Executive and having control over the AFP, has the power to determine who or who will not be buried or interred in the Libingan.
Yes, we can agree to that, Your Honor.
So
But
just
there
to
is,
yes, please.
there is Republic Act 289, which as a standard, it doesn't say where the pantheon should be. The placement of the arrogation of the AFP, if I would like to say, the fact that the AFP wants, or the President wants to take over the mandate or the function of allowing burial of the President, then the standard in RA 289 is also ingrained or subsumed or incorporated therein in that directive, Your Honor. So even if the President has the power to allocate lots or to say who can be buried there or who cannot be buried, the law itself must be incorporated in that power, Your Honor, and that is where we claim the grave abuse of discretion lies.
So just to crystallize your position, what you're saying is that even as the President has the power to determine who gets interred in the Libingan ng mga Bayani, that power is restricted and or constrained by the mandate of or the standards set forth in Republic Act 289. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, Your Honor. As argued well by our co-counsel here, Attorney Cortez, there is no full discretion here, Your Honor. There is a standard that must be followed. And whether it's placed in Taguig, Your Honor, or placed in Bohol, or wherever a libingan ng mga presidents will be constructed, Your Honor, the standards are imbued, should be followed, Your Honor, incorporated in that directive, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Counsel. Can I turn to Attorney Cortez, please?
Good morning, Your Honors.
Morning. Do you recognize that there was a remedy available in the Office of the President as far as these issuances of the AFP were concerned?
While there may be available remedies, Your Honor, under the Office of the President, however, the remedies are not speedy and adequate enough to provide the needed relief for the petitioners in this case, considering that the burial has already been set, Your Honor, and it's only through the invocation of the jurisdiction of this honorable court that the petitioners can get an adequate relief and adequate and speedily relief, Your Honors.
But you did not even try to file anything with the Office of the President, if only to make the President aware that his decision might have been contrary to the laws that you're citing.
No, Your Honor, because as we've stated earlier, while there are existing remedies, these are not adequate to provide relief for the petitioners.
Can you explain that? Why was it not adequate to filing a petition in the Office of the President and asking the Office of the President to stop the burial?
Your Honor, there were already public pronouncements made by the Office of the President that he will allow the burial of Marcos unless restrained by the courts, Your Honor. This gave us the signal, Your Honor, that whatever remedy that we will avail of under the procedures under the Office of the President will not be adequate to provide this, the relief, Your Honors.
So in other words, the decision to go straight to the Supreme Court was because of these pronouncements in media as to the position taken by the President as to the interring of President Marcos. Is that correct?
Partly, Your Honor, because we see that there is a necessity to immediately seek the relief from this honorable court, Your Honors.
Okay.
Because there's already a scheduled date somewhere in September 18, Your Honor, so that the burial will push through unless restrained or enjoined by this honorable court.
I'd like to clarify the irreparable injury that you mentioned earlier. The Solicitor General has stated in his consolidated comment that they are not taking issue with the law of reparation, that in fact it is still ongoing, that public funds to the tune of 10 billion pesos have been allocated, and that the claims are being processed and that payments are being made. Given that scenario, what irreparable injury are petitioners standing on?
Your Honors, Republic Act 10368 provides not only for remuneration, but it also provided recognition to the heroism and sacrifices of human rights victims during martial law, as well as recognition, as well as restoring their honor and dignity, Your Honor. The burial of Marcos, in burying Marcos, Your Honor, at the Libingan ng mga Bayani, the government is now saying that Marcos is worthy of emulation and inspiration, Your Honor, which will be reverse whatever recognition that the law gave to the petitioners, Your Honor. The petitioners have been scarred for life, Your Honor. Seeing their tormentors being buried at the Libingan ng mga Bayani will reopen old wounds, Your Honor, and will cause them to remember and relive once again the harrowing experiences that they had during martial law. This is the irreparable injury that they will incur if the burial is not restrained and or enjoined, Your Honors.
All right, thank you, Chief.
Justice Bernabe.
Yeah. Can I call Attorney Gutierrez, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney Gutierrez, do you also claim that the libingan ng mga bayani is the same as the national pantheon?
We defer to the arguments of our co-petitioners in this regard, Your Honor, and we likewise contend that the standards set forth in Republic Act 289 apply to the instant case, Your Honor.
But you also agree that there is no legal issuance that declares the libingan ng mga bayani as the national pantheon.
There is no express issuance, Your Honor.
So what is your basis for that?
Our basis, Your Honor, is that in the subsequent issuances by President Magsaysay and other presidents, there was an incorporation of the standards first laid down in Republic Act 289. So in that regard, Your Honor, we support the contention of our co-petitioners.
Okay, under AFP Regulations G161375, former presidents, World War II veterans, and Medal of Valor awardees are qualified to be buried in the libingan. Does Marcos fall into any of these classifications?
If we look just at the regulation, Your Honor, then yes, but our principal contention, Your Honor, is that the regulations cannot be taken in isolation. They have to be taken in relation to the Constitution and other laws, Your Honor.
Okay, now the same AFP regulations disqualify those who have been dishonorably discharged from service or convicted of an offense involving moral turpitude. Has Marcos been dishonorably discharged from military service?
Not literally, Your Honor, but as we argue in our petition, the acts of the people in ousting him as a dictator through their Direct Sovereign Act in 1986, the numerous declarations of this honorable court and other foreign courts regarding his culpability for human rights violations, raids on the national treasury, large-scale plunder, and so on, are akin to these disqualifications, Your Honor.
So you claim that other valid disqualifications should be legally recognized, apart from the ones stated in the AFP regulations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, has Marcos been convicted of an offense involving moral turpitude?
Well, literally, Your Honor, he has not, but that is because there was no opportunity to do so. When he was committing these acts, he was President of the Republic of the Philippines, and therefore he enjoyed presidential immunity. When he was ousted, he immediately fled the country. So there was no opportunity for him to be actually formally charged before any court of law for a criminal proceeding. But as I said, Your Honor, the Supreme Court itself has on numerous occasions specified and stated that Marcos is guilty of various crimes ranging from plunder to human rights violations.
So you believe that Marcos, exiled from the Philippines through the People Power Revolution of 1986, has a legal effect in these qualifications to be buried at the libingan?
Definitely, Your Honor. That is the direct act of the sovereign, and all branches of government, from the President to Congress to the judiciary, are legally mandated to honor that particular act of the sovereign, as it has, in fact, Your Honor, in the 30 years since 1986, as can be seen through pronouncements of Congress and decisions of this Honorable Court.
Now, do you agree that the qualifications and disqualifications of a person to be buried in military memorials and battle monuments proclaimed as national shrine are matters of public policy under the executive's discretion?
It is, generally speaking, under the executive's discretion, Your Honor, but as we've repeatedly argued, the executive discretion in this case is not unfettered. It is bound by numerous other laws and numerous actions of other branches, including the action of the National Historical Commission. Under 10086, it is the National Historical Commission of the Philippines which is granted the authority to manage national shrines. It is also granted the authority to determine with finality all issues involving historical controversy. So it behooves the President and other branches of government to respect those pronouncements, Your Honor.
Now, you said that the guarantee under Section 11, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution goes beyond reparation in the form of monetary compensation. And in fact, you mentioned about it covering the right to truth and the state's duty to preserve memory as provided for in the updated set of principles for protection and promotion of human rights through action to combat impunity issued by the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. Now, can you please explain to us the general principles of right to truth and duty to preserve memory?
Your Honor, the right to truth is actually a component of the general right to remedy provided for under Article 2 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, a treaty to which the Philippines is a state party, and therefore under our Constitution comprises part of our own laws. In essence, Your Honor, all it means is that apart from the specific monetary compensation granted to victims, apart from judicial convictions of perpetrators responsible for human rights violations, there has to be an official recognition on the part of state authorities of the nature of the atrocities actually committed against these persons, the culpability of the persons liable, and the victimhood of the person subjected to human rights violation. If we look at the experience of countries who went through a historical period similar to ours, the transition from a dictatorship to a democracy, such as South Africa, for instance, or El Salvador, in their own truth commissions and in their own processes, it was always an indispensable component, consistent with this particular view, that there has to be truth-telling. There has to be a clear establishment of the historical record. And that is what we did, Your Honor, through the proceedings principally of the 1986 Constitutional Commission, when it included and it used as a basis our historical experience under martial law for many provisions of the Constitution. And now, as we argue, Your Honor, the state is duty-bound to continue to observe that particular obligation by not doing anything that would contradict that official constitutional historical narrative that we have already established 30 years ago, Your Honor, and honoring Marcos through a burial at the Libingan ng mga Bayani.
So, how does Marcos' burial violate these principles?
It violates the principle, Your Honor, because now he will be deemed somebody worthy of emulation. Our view, Your Honor, is that it actually declares him a hero. He will be buried, and if you base it on the statements made by the Armed Forces of the Philippines, he will be accorded full military honors. What does that say, Your Honor? When a dictator, a person who this honorable court itself has repeatedly declared a plunderer and a human rights violator, will now be honored at the state's expense and buried in one of our national shrines. Our view, Your Honor, is that runs completely contrary to our obligation to afford the victims of martial law a right to remedy and their right to the truth.
Why does Marcos' burial amount to a legal recognition that he is a hero?
Our view, Your Honor, is that that will happen, considering that the Solgen's contention itself is that the basis for the President's power to order his burial is Section 14 of the Revised Administrative Code. Under that particular provision that they are citing, the burial has to be for a public purpose, and the public purpose that they cite in their own comment is that the person to be buried and therefore recognized is actually worthy of recognition because of some historical or cultural contribution. So when they bury him, it's obviously because of a historical and cultural contribution, and that is precisely what we are contesting, Your Honor. The Constitution has concluded that Marcos is not worthy of emulation. He is a criminal. He is a human rights violator, and that cannot be undone, Your Honor, by an act of the executive.
Are all persons buried at the Libingan heroes?
Well, presumptively, they are, at the minimum, Your Honor.
Now, with respect to the general principles that you just mentioned, are these principles binding in the Philippines?
Yes, Your Honor. The ICCPR is a treaty that we are a state party to, and very clearly, under our Constitution, the incorporation clause and the treaty clause, they form part of the law of the land. The two other declarations that we mentioned, Your Honor, are merely attempts, one by the UN General Assembly, the other by the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations, to expound on this basic principle. So as such, they can either be classified as forming part of the treaty norm under the ICCPR, or at the minimum as forming part of customary international law or the practice of nations, both of which, Your Honor, are actually, again, incorporated into our own laws under Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution.
Okay, just one last question. What is the historical or cultural significance of being buried at the Libingan?
The significance, Your Honor, can be found in the preambular clauses, both of Republic Act 289 and the subsequent issuances of President Magsaysay, that the person's acts are being held up as worthy of emulation, and that person deserves the nation's esteem and reverence. Both of these objectives, Your Honor, we feel will not be met. In fact, they will be contradicted if a person like Marcos will be buried in the same, Your Honor.
Okay, that would be all, Counsel. Can
Thank
I
you
just
very much,
ask
Your Honor.
one question to Chairperson Serena Jokno?
Dr. Jokno.
Okay, just one question.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Does the right to protect and preserve national landmarks, monuments, and shrines cover only protection and preservation of the physical integrity of the structure? Or does it extend to any act or occurrence which besmirches or distorts the historical or cultural integrity of the structure?
The protection. There are certain actions that can and can't be done. For example, in the shrines that we run, there are things we do not allow. Nobody can sleep over. You can't have parties. You cannot make noise.
So do you have any particular standard that you apply?
We don't run any cemetery. All our shrines are museums where many of our heroes were either born or incarcerated. And so they're run like museums. The places are locked and secure on non-museum days, and the rest of the time they are open. So it's rather a different situation from administering a cemetery where different individuals are buried. We
Okay.
don't have any experience in that, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. That would be all, Chief. Thank you.
Justice Carpio.
I have a few questions for Attorney Colmenares, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. In the AFP regulations, the number one in the list who is qualified to be buried in the Libingan are those who were awarded the Medal of Valor, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the number two are the presidents or commanders-in-chief.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. In the same regulation, there's also a provision which says those who have been dishonorably separated or discharged from the service are not qualified.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you are a Medal of Valor awardee while you were in the military, and after you retired, you joined the government, and while in the government you were dishonorably separated for an offense, you are no longer qualified, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I contend that the disqualification in one is a disqualification in all. A shrine, a hallowed ground, a memorial cannot be
Yes.
besmirched by...
Okay. In the case of a president is at the same time a commander-in-chief.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you are the commander-in-chief, you are in fact the highest military commander, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So a president has a dual role. In
Tama po.
1986, when the EDSA revolt took place,
Tama po. Yes po.
the former President Marcos was ousted from office. He was removed as a president, correct?
Yes po.
And also, he was also removed as a commander-in-chief.
Yes po.
And he was removed by the sovereign act of the people, correct?
Tama po.
And the sovereign act of the people is higher than an act of a military tribunal or of a civilian administrative tribunal, correct?
Tama po.
So, and in and that act of the sovereign people in 1986 cannot be questioned, correct?
Yes po.
Because once a revolution succeeds, then it becomes legitimate and valid.
Yes po.
And the Freedom Constitution and the 1987 Constitution are all based on that EDSA revolt,
Yes po.
the sovereign act of the people. So you cannot change that without invalidating the Freedom Constitution or the 1987 Constitution, correct?
Correct po.
So, in the regulations, AFP regulation, it says those who have been dishonorably separated and dishonorably discharged from the service. It does not say military service, it does not say civilian service, service, so it covers both.
Yes
correct?
po.
And President Marcos, when he was ousted in 1986, he fled Malacanang, the palace. He boarded a plane. He thought he was going to Hawaii, but he ended up in Hawaii. And he said he was brought to Hawaii against his will, correct?
Yes po.
So he was forcibly taken out of the country, correct?
Tama po.
Forcibly taken out of his office. Okay. So he will not be qualified because he was dishonorably separated as a president and dishonorably discharged as a commander-in-chief.
Yes po. He will.
Okay. Can the president now change the rules? Because these are just regulations, correct? This is not a law.
Yes po.
So can the president say, even if a Medal of Valor awardee or a former president has been dishonorably discharged or separated from service, they can still be buried in the Libingan upon instructions of the incumbent president? Can that be done?
Yes, the President can amend the directive, but only insofar as it does not amend a law or runs contrary to a constitutional
So
provision.
can he validly do that?
He can amend it, Your Honor, but as we argued, the standards in RA 289 will be incorporated in his new directive, in which case Marcos is still disqualified, Your Honor.
If you bury somebody in the Libingan, you have to spend money, correct? Public
Yes, Your
funds
Honor.
will be spent,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you will be using public property, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the rule is public funds and public property can be used only for a public purpose, not a private purpose, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So when you bury somebody in the Libingan who has been dishonorably discharged or separated from service, are you using public funds and property for a public purpose or for a private purpose?
That is now transformed, Your Honor. The shrine is intended, the public purpose of the shrine is for the enshrinement or the recognition of those who are revered and esteemed, and now you're going to put someone who is not revered and esteemed.
So,
that will be a violation
yeah.
of that, Your Honor.
The public purpose means that the use of the fund or the property is for the general welfare, for the public good. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
But if a person has been dishonorably discharged from service and you bury him there in a government property, that is for a private purpose, for the honor, to extol or honor
On a person.
the family or the person,
Thank you.
not for
Yes,
the
Your
public. There is no public good there, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if the president amends now the regulations, because the regulations state that if you are dishonorably discharged, you cannot be buried in the Libingan, and former President Marcos was dishonorably separated by the people in 1986. He cannot be buried. But if the president now, the incumbent president, amends the regulation to say he can still be buried upon my instruction, that cannot be done because it's against the Constitution, because you're using public funds or property for a private purpose, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, in that sense. And also, in addition, if we agree with the petitioner's contention that RA 289 has a standard, the President's directive cannot amend RA 289 and must therefore also be struck down, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Counsel. That's all.
Justice De Castro. Congressman Colmenares, can you go back to the rostrum?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, good morning. I want the petitioners to establish the connection between Republic Act number 289 and the regulations and proclamations which set up the military...
Mr. Castro, just for a while, allow me to just interject. If there is anyone among the justices who have a question for the Ombudsman, she needs to leave in a few minutes because they are all required to be at the CCP at 2 p.m. So we congratulate you, Madam Justice Ombudsman Conchita Carpio Morales. So if anyone wants to ask her anything now, we can start that with your permission, Justice De Castro. Is there any question from any of the justices?
No, I just want to congratulate.
Justice Ombudsman, can you please go to the podium?
No, my only, I wanted only to congratulate my kababayan.
Okay, there is on record, Justice Peralta is making a special congratulations for you, but that goes through for all of us actually. So is there any question from any of the justices that you need? I just want to ask the Ombudsman Morales if she has a position that the policies enshrined in the Constitution, jurisprudence, and the positions that have been taken by the Ombudsman with respect to the ill-gotten wealth cases that are pending before the Sandigan Bayan will be affected in any manner by the proposed interment of the former president.
In light of the fact that only Imelda Romualdez Marcos is facing cases in the office of the Sandigan Bayan, I don't think this has any bearing on the burial of the president, the proposed burial of the president in the Libingan ng mga Bayani.
Right.
So,
what is your opinion on the characterization by the Supreme Court in many of the cases of which you were part of the rule of the former president?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is your opinion on the effect that it will have on the jurisprudence that we have?
As I said, given the fact that the only cases pending now filed by the office of the Ombudsman relates only to Imelda Marcos, I don't think that would have any bearing on the issue of whether or not the president should be buried in the Libingan ng mga Bayani.
And these are all criminal cases or civil cases?
Criminal cases, Your Honor. Violation of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, Section 3H.
Okay, so we will ask petitioners later in relation to that. The cases that are pending with the Sandigan Bayan, that is being handled by your office?
Yes, being prosecuted by the Office of the Ombudsman.
So the PCGG has its own set of cases?
Yes, separate. The cases were filed in the early 1990s, and the prosecution has just rested its case. So that's a span of how many decades?
Would you have an idea how much money is being sought to be returned?
Close to $360 million, Your Honor.
Are they located, in how many countries are they located?
Mostly in Switzerland, Your Honor.
And in what stages are these cases?
As I said, the prosecution has just rested its case because these are 10 cases which were consolidated.
Okay, so you have one consolidated case,
yes, Your
for
Honor,
all of these petitions amounting to $365 million.
About, yes, Your Honor.
Of course, without requiring you to breach your policy of confidentiality of some investigations you are conducting, are you intending or do you still have investigations being conducted right now?
Most of them have been dismissed, Your Honor. If there are any that remains, in light of the doctrine of the Supreme Court, that there is undue delay or denial of due process if it takes so long for the Office of the Ombudsman to conduct preliminary investigation, which is tasked to fact-finding investigation, I think we would take the pragmatic aspect, which is to dismiss the cases without having the fate of dismissal by the Sandigan Bayan.
Justice Carpio has a question.
Yes, yes.
Madam Ombudsman, you mentioned about a criminal case involving $365 million
Yes, Your Honor,
from the Swiss banks. Is this the same case where that was already, the money was forfeited already by this court. We ordered the forfeiture of the Swiss account. So this is now the criminal aspect of the case that's
Your Honor.
pending.
Yes.
So this is same money.
No, I don't think so, Your Honor.
This is another.
This is another. I don't think it duplicates, or it is the criminal aspect of the cases where there have been some forfeitures.
Okay, thank you.
Chief,
Justice Leonen?
may I hazard a hypothetical, Madam Ombudsman, based on the facts that you are aware of and based on the evidence that gave rise to the facts of the pending cases that are now filed against the former First Lady and the other officers of the Marcos era, had Ferdinand Marcos Sr. been alive today, would you think that your office would have included him as a co-accused or co-conspirator? Again,
Definitely.
I know this is a hypothetical.
Yes, definitely, Your Honor, because Imelda's alleged intervention in financial transactions included the late President Marcos.
So the only thing that saved him from prosecution
Death.
and possible conviction
Yes.
or liability in the civil forfeiture cases was the fact that he died.
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam
Death
Ombu-
extinguished his criminal liability, and if you will recall, I'm not going to mention a high government official who had just died recently, and the same fate of dismissal had to come in because he had already died.
Madam Ombudsman, this question I know I can Google, but let me ask anyway.
Yes, Your Honor.
The president died. Did the president die in the Philippines? And therefore, was it possible for the Philippine government to have jurisdiction over him as soon as he was ousted from power?
Your question is first.
My
He
question-
died. Did he die in the Philippines? He
Yes.
died in the United States,
And therefore-
specifically in Hawaii.
Would it have been possible after the ouster that the Philippine government would have taken jurisdiction over him in a criminal or civil case?
Yes, because the crime was committed in the Philippines, Your Honor.
In other words, Madam Ombudsman, because he was not here, would it have been possible to serve a warrant in Hawaii?
Yes, Your Honor, it would have been possible. We would apply the conflict of laws
Yes.
doctrines.
This was in, he died in 1989.
Maybe.
And, yes, at that time, was there any effort by the Ombudsman to serve warrants on the president?
Your Honor, I assumed my position in 2011.
Yes.
So if there was no effort by my predecessors, I'll verify that when I go back to the office.
Thank you, Madam Ombudsman, and again, congratulations on
Thank you.
your
Thank you, Your
award.
Honor.
There being no further questions,
Thank
Madam Justice Morales, you are requested to please just be alerted that if the hearings will continue and your presence is going to be continued to be requested, kindly make yourself available.
I'll commit to that, Your Honor, and I'm not going to welch on it.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank
again.
you.
Justice De Castro.
Congressman Colmenares, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, good morning. My questions will dwell on the reason why the cemetery is called Libingan ng mga Bayani. I think the term Bayani has generated a lot of controversy. So I'd like to trace the history of the cemetery, whether it is really a libingan for heroes, as generally understood. Now, you're citing Republic Act 289. Now, this 289 created a board on national pantheon, and it is composed of the Secretary of Interior, the Secretary of Public Works and Communication, and the Secretary of Education, and 2 private citizens. There's no mention at all about soldiers, military personnel, or military officials or officers, or those who fought during the war. This PD was enacted on June 16, 1948.
Yes,
It was
Your Honor.
also after the war. But it would seem that the ambit of this Republic Act is much broader than the libingan ng mga bayani as we understand it today based on the regulations of the AFP. Now, will you explain why you are saying that PD 289 is the basis for the libingan ng mga bayani in Fort McKinley?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, you are correct, Your Honor. Although soldiers can be argued as patriots or national heroes, but you are correct in the sense that soldiers are not mentioned in Republic Act 289. The shrines for military dead, Your Honor, were located in various areas, Fort McKinley and then Bataan, I think, Your Honor, and some other areas for the war dead. However, it was in the 1986 directive of President Ramos where the President was included. From among those who were normally soldiers, the President was included in the list. That is why we argue, Your Honor, that since you have taken up the task under 289, then the standards under 289 is deemed incorporated in the directive. Secondly, Your Honor, the term libingan ng mga bayani was created under Proclamation 86, Your Honor, wherein the President said that the term Republic Cemetery does not really symbolize, symbols are very important, Your Honor, does not really symbolize the cause for which our soldiers died for. Meaning to say, Your Honor, we would like to forward, what are the causes that soldiers died for? It's freedom, it's democracy, and many others, Your Honor. That is why he said, so that the Republic Cemetery will be accorded the reverence and esteem, we are renaming it to Libingan ng mga bayani. So again, even Proclamation 86, Your Honor, contained a set of standards in that proclamation, Your Honor, which is that the place is reserved for those who fought for the causes of democracy and freedom and should be held in reveration or esteem by the Filipino people, Your Honor.
I ask this question because PD 289, if you will look at the body created to implement this law, could have covered a wide range of subjects, not only military personnel or
Yes.
officers, because it speaks of heroes, patriots, and great men of the country, and that would not limit, that will not be limited to the military officers or military retirees, which is now the subject matter or the proper persons who can be considered to be entitled to be buried in the libingan ng mga bayani. So I just want you to explain, if not now, but in your memorandum, how come you're saying the 289 is precisely the precursor of the libingan ng mga bayani, which is now in Fort Bonifacio, formerly Fort McKinley. Because the reference to heroes, patriots, and great men of the country are not mentioned in the regulations which establish the libingan ng mga bayani pursuant to presidential proclamation. Now, you mentioned also that before the libingan ng mga bayani, there were memorial cemeteries.
Yes, Your Honor.
One in Bataan and one in Ramon,
Nueva
Bataan, and in let me see, and in Fort McKinley, Republic Memorial Cemetery. So there were two cemeteries which were established to honor the war dead.
Yes, Your Honor. The
And
soldiers.
so the Republic Memorial Cemetery, pursuant to the proclamation of President Magsaysay, was renamed Libingan ng mga bayani. And based on this proclamation, the reason for the change in the name was twofold: to symbolize the cause for which our soldiers had died and truly express the nation's esteem and reverence for her war dead.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So the libingan ng mga bayani is intended for those who died in the service of our country in the military establishment.
That is correct, Your Honor.
That was the history of the Libingan ng mga Bayani. Now, while it is also considered as a national shrine, Proclamation number 208 of President Marcos declared that the Libingan should be under the administration of the Department of National Defense,
Correct, Your Honor.
which is more related to the significance of the said national shrine. So the military character of the Libingan ng mga Bayani is reinforced by the issuances of the President, first from Carlos P. Garcia up to President Marcos.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's not the National Historical Commission which is supervising the Libingan ng mga Bayani. It was taken away from the National National Shrine Institute and National Commission on Shrine and transferred to the DND. Before, there is a military shrine service, the MSS. And later on, with the organization of the DND, this was transferred to the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office. And if you will look at the persons or the deceased persons who can be interned in the Libingan ng mga Bayani, these are mostly those who had connection with the military establishment.
Correct, Your Honor.
And it was only later on that the other persons without any military background were allowed to be buried there. National artists, statesmen, but it was the commander-in-chief and the secretary of the DND who have the final say if they can be buried in the Libingan ng mga Bayani. So, it would seem, I'd like you to convince the court that this Libingan ng mga Bayani is simply a cemetery intended for those who died during the war and those who have rendered service in the military establishment.
That is correct, Your Honor. Actually, if I may hazard, Your Honor, there is RA 289 intended to create a pantheon for presidents and national heroes. Of course, there are Libingan for the war dead, for the veterans, for the soldiers in the various places you mentioned, Your Honor, Bataan and Fort McKinley. Now, later on, Your Honor, the AFP, those who are managing the shrines for soldiers, inserted president from among not just soldiers, but included the president. So that we argue, Your Honor, this time around, the standards under 289 is now incorporated because you inserted president. That's the first. Second, Your Honor, even in the GI 131, 1613, 73, 74, and 75, there is a provision there, Your Honor, which says that those who are dishonorably discharged from service, without, as Justice Carpio pointed out, without saying what service, are not qualified. So what does this really mean? It means, of course, that if you're dishonorably discharged, you're not qualified. But more than that, Your Honor, it also espouses a policy, Your Honor, which says, if you are dishonored, you cannot join the honored. That is actually, so even not only in the law itself, Your Honor, RA 289, but even in the directive of the military, it actually says to the people that this is a place for reverence, this is a place for esteem. If you are dishonored, if you're convicted, or if you're dishonorably discharged, you have no place here. So, your question, Your Honor, how come this is an issue here? It is because, Your Honor, the AFP directive included president from among the list. And of course, on the issue of soldiers, which was discussed by our co-petitioners, Your Honor, there is also that issue wherein we say that not only is there a clear standard that if you're dishonorably discharged, you're disqualified, but also a policy within that directive itself which says that if you are dishonored, you cannot join the honored. But we will address that in our memorandum, Your Honor.
Moreover, aside from that, you have to explain why what is meant by bayani, libingan ng mga bayani, based on existing rules, law, and regulation pertaining to this cemetery in Fort McKinley, formerly Fort McKinley, now Fort Bonifacio. Because there seems to be no established guidelines as to who are heroes, as to who are disqualified. Because my understanding is that even the spouses of the Secretary of National Defense are allowed to be buried there. Why are they heroes? Is there any guidelines by which we can say that they are entitled to be treated like heroes because the libingan ng mga bayani is only for heroes? There's not even a body which will determine who are heroes, who are bayanis, that are entitled to avail of this privilege of being buried in the libingan ng mga bayani. Should the court be the one to decide who are entitled and who are not in the absence of any guideline?
Yes, sir.
And what is meant by heroes? What is meant by bayani? Who decides who are bayani?
Yes,
in our country?
We argue, Your Honor, that yes, the court can decide. Actually, narinig ko na po yun sa ibang mga discussions. Una, by interring President Marcos there, that doesn't make him a hero. Sa ating mga puso, hindi siya hero. And secondly, it is just a symbol anyway. And thirdly, Your Honor, there are others there who were buried who are not heroes, like the spouses. So what's the problem with Marcos being interred there? First, Your Honor, we say that the issue at hand which we raise in our petition is the standard is worthy of emulation and a source of inspiration. I think that is a standard that the court can take a judicial notice of, Your Honor. It's a discernible standard by the court, Your Honor, who is worthy of emulation, especially with the long line of decisions and executive orders and the Constitution on Marcos. Secondly, symbolism, Your Honor, he will become probably a hero. But our main question there is he worthy of emulation and inspiration as required by the law? And we say he is not. If the argument that anyway he will not be a hero, and it's a mere symbol, for us, Your Honor, it's very important. And the fact that, I mean, why do we insist that we call South China Sea West Philippine Sea? I don't think we have legal rights merely because we call South China Sea West Philippine Sea, but the symbolism, Your Honor, is the message in itself, Your Honor. That is why it is very important, especially for victims of human rights violations, Your Honor, that this not be permitted, Your Honor, because while he was the one who tortured the victims, Your Honor, the victims will long be forgotten, Your Honor, but their tormentor is now in a place where he is called a model worthy of emulation and esteem. While the victims, his victims, will long be forgotten, Marcos will be remembered forever as a national hero, especially if the Marcoses every year goes there, have their ceremony, extol his virtues, extol his heroism, year in, year out. Ngayon lang, Your Honor, hindi pa siya nalibing sa libingan ng mga bayani. Marami ng kabataang naniniwala ang ganda-ganda ng martial law. So para sa amin, Your Honor, that is our second point. The third point, Your Honor, I really don't know personally, Your Honor, if there are scoundrels buried in the libingan ng mga bayani right now. However, the interment of one scoundrel in libingan ng mga bayani, Your Honor, does not justify to add one more scoundrel in the libingan, Your Honor. So for us, Your Honor, it is really very important that let us not get lost in the word hero, but let us go to the standard, worthy of emulation and source of inspiration. And we contend, Your Honor, that Marcos is not worthy of emulation and inspiration, Your Honor, please.
Let's go back to the fundamental question.
Yes,
Is this
po.
the pantheon or not?
Well,
I will not say anything more after this.
We will
I'm
address.
just trying to inform you what is on my mind. I'd like to find out if really the Pantheon is the same as the Libingan ng mga Bayani. And the Libingan, is it really for heroes only? Or is it only a war memorial as it was originally intended? I think the name Libingan ng mga Bayani is the one creating a lot of controversy. When in simple, I think going by the proclamation of the president and the regulation, this was intended only as a war memorial and not really for heroes. Because it's very difficult to determine who are heroes, especially for this court, if there is nobody entrusted with that duty to declare who are heroes and whom we can rely upon to say, for us to say that someone is not a hero and not entitled to be interned or buried in the libingan ng mga bayani. That is something which is bothering my mind, but I think a lot of controversy arises only from the term used to describe the cemetery, libingan ng mga bayani, when actually not all of those buried there are heroes. And there's no system of evaluation to determine who are heroes and who are not in order to decide whether or not they will be buried there. And it would seem that it is only pure and simple for the purpose of providing a benefit to those who serve in the military during the time of war or in time of peace to have a burial ground if they so wish. And that is precisely the main purpose of this libingan ng mga bayani, to honor our military officials or personnel who served the country during the war or even during peacetime. That's how I look at it. Even if I go over all these regulations, I cannot connect.
I understand, Your Honor. It's a difficult task, Your Honor.
It's for you now to convince us that this libingan is only for heroes. And Marcos, even if he was a military officer, even if he fought during the war, regardless of the issue as to how many medals he really was able to earn, but I think there is no dispute that he served as a third lieutenant, then a first lieutenant, then a colonel. Let's put aside being the president or commander-in-chief. But it would seem from the history, unless I am convinced otherwise, that this is the Pantheon. The Pantheon mentioned in PD 289, I would think that the libingan ng mga bayani is not really for heroes. It is simply a war memorial, a cemetery for our deceased military officers.
Yes, Your Honor. We will try to convince our best to convince the court that those who are interred in the libingan ng mga bayani are worthy of emulation and source of inspiration, Your Honor. Thank you.
That PD 289 is the precursor or the origin of libingan ng mga bayani. Connect PD 289 and the libingan ng mga bayani created by presidential proclamation.
Yes, Your Honor. We will answer that in our memorandum, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. I have no more questions to ask.
Justice Perez will ask a few questions, then we will break up for a 1-hour lunch, and then we will resume after an hour, and then resume with the questions from Justice Del Castillo, Justice Peralta, Justice Leonen, and Justice Bersamin. Okay, in that order. So, Justice Perez.
Thank you, Chief. I will take off from the questions of Justice De Castro. I am reading from the petition itself. Number 10, just the first petition, I think, by Mr. Ocampo. During the campaign period for the 2016 presidential elections, when candidate Rodrigo Duterte publicly announced that he will allow the burial of former President Ferdinand E. Marcos at the Libingan ng Bayani, he reiterated this public pronouncement, etc., etc., when he became president, without giving details, etc. Number 11, these pronouncements were met with opposition by various sectors, including victims or relatives of human rights, violations of torture, illegal arrest, arbitrary detention, disappearances and summary executions, etc., family members of the thousands who died, etc. In other words, the burial of the president of FM at the Libingan ng mga Bayani was an election issue, more than that, a contested election issue. It so happened that the promiser was elected, and the elected president said that he is implementing the election promise. And as such, there was this oral orders to General Visaya, to the people at the AFP. Pardon my question, but anyone from the counsels for the petitioner, how can the implementation of an election promise of an election president who, we cannot convince ourselves otherwise, was elected partly, wholly, or in any way connected with the election promise of the burial of FM? What is the effect of that? Is that not a decision by the sovereign people itself of all the issues that you now present before this court? You are going to say that what the electoral, what the electorate voted in favor of, we will now nullify? Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, it is true, Your Honor, that it was a political promise. However, we still forward, Your Honor, that this is not a political question, Your Honor, merely because it was promised during the election. Otherwise, Your Honor, this honorable court will castrate itself, Your Honor, because President Duterte mentioned a lot of promises during the election. He promised to close down Congress. He promised that the entire Manila Bay will be
Excuse
full
me, Mr. Counsel, I'm not
Your
talking
Honor,
about
please.
the other promises. I'm talking about the
Yes, Your
promises
Honor.
of burial of FM.
Well, the one in charge on the procedural issue is Attorney Cortez. However, we would like to state, Your Honor, that merely because it was an election promise and the promiser was elected by the people, does not take out the justiciability of an issue, Your Honor, especially since the promiser made a lot of promise which can be subject to judicial controversy before this court, Your Honor. So we would like to think, especially since he didn't even get a majority of the votes, Your Honor. So, but even if he did get a majority of the vote, I would not like to think that this court can be bound by the promises of elected public officials on the ground that that was a sovereign act which ousted this court from jurisdiction, Your Honor.
So we can say that when the president says he is implementing, or he is implementing his election promise, that he is guilty of grave abuse of discretion?
If of course, what he is implementing is antagonistic to the Constitution and the law, but if he is implementing an election promise, say, to increase wages or to have peace process, then of course that is not something that can be questioned.
Can you not say that it was the electorate, the sovereign people itself, which allowed the burial of the president?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Why and why so?
The issues in that election was that President Duterte wanted to eliminate drugs and crime and corruption.
Okay.
And I think many
Excuse
of...
me.
Thank you.
There are 20 promises. A voter says, I am voting against Duterte because of this one promise of burial, and I say he is a scoundrel. And so he voted against Duterte. Unfortunately, Duterte won. Okay. This voter said, I am voting for Duterte because of his promise. I love FN. I want him to be buried in the Libingan ng mga Bayani. So he voted for Duterte. And Duterte won. Good for him. The one who voted for Duterte. This other guy is completely oblivious of this promise. I said, I'm going to vote for Duterte because of the other promises, including his drugs program, etc. I'm not considering as a factor in my selection this promise to bury Marcos. Is that not equivalent to saying that insofar as that issue is concerned, and we cannot deny it was an election issue, as stated by the petitioner, that he gave the president, that elector gave the president the full discretion. You decide whether to bury him or not. I will not say anything. It is not against my will. It is not an abuse of discretion as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Your Honor, the main basis for the decision of this court is on the Constitution, Your Honor, not on election results. So I would like to think, Your Honor, that the promises of the President, whether it is for the closure of Congress or the burial of Marcos or even, I don't know if he promised to close the Supreme Court, Your Honor, but all these are justiciable issues, Your Honor, that cannot be disregarded by this court on the basis that it probably was the reason why people voted for him, Your Honor, please.
And we will disregard the very basic proposition that it is the sovereign Filipino people who ratify this Constitution. In fact, Justice De Castro said there is no established body or agency who can determine who is a hero or who is not. I will follow that up and say that not an edict or a fiat by the Supreme Court, the legislature or the president can say whether this person is a hero or not. It is for the general public with a general acceptance of the fact of one being a hero that establishes that person as a hero. It is not left to anybody. And I think I say this may include the Supreme Court even. Okay, it's not a hero. It's worthy of emulation or deserving of national esteem. Can the Supreme Court rule that Marcos is not deserving of national esteem, or he is not public esteemed?
Yes, Your Honor. If we are able to convince the court that the Constitution's framework, Your Honor, as argued by Attorney Gutierrez, is actually anti-martial law, anti-dictatorial abuse, and pro-human rights, we'll try to convince the court that the various laws, the RA 289 and even Republic Act 10863, the Marcos Reparation Acts, and of course, Supreme Court decision. I just quoted the Manglapos where this honorable court said, well, he was a dictator for 20 years and he wrought havoc on the economy for 20 years. I think all this, Your Honor, the history, this can be taken judicial notice of by this honorable court, Your Honor, and that will already provide the standard on who deserves esteem and recognition and the emulation, especially emulation, Your Honor.
And you are saying that those standards determined several decades ago is a permanent standard that cannot be changed. May I recite what I think was submitted by the Heritage Commission. A hero, I am reading from the petitioner's submission, is part of the people's expression, but the process of a people's internalization of a hero's life and works takes time, with the youth forming part of the internalization. Are you submitting that what was determined or the determination of the past must be the same determination today? And I link this to the what I said a while ago, the result of the elections. Well, the vote for Bongbong, of course, he lost. But you say public esteem. what consists of the public? All the petitioners? What about all the people from Ilocos? What about the other people who say that Marcos is done? I heard some remark a while ago that and the youth are starting to lose sight of what Marcos has done in the past. You prevent the youth from doing so. You prevent the future generation from having their own perception of what history is and saying, this is the standard. Follow this because this is a standard for all time. What is history? History is a continuing evolution. I do not have perhaps the scholastic background to support this, but this is just a gut feeling. History is not made by one generation.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the definition of esteem or worth, the definition of a hero, probably, Your Honor, to clarify even Justice De Castro's question, is found in the law. At least in this case, the definition of a hero under Republic Act 289 is one who deserves emulation and a source of inspiration. So, in that case, Your Honor, whether or not
Excuse me, Mr. Counsel.
Thank you.
You are quoting the law. I'm saying who is that person who deserves emulation? Yes, it is stated in the law. I'm saying, my question is, who is that person which is referred to by the law? It's not the provision of the law.
Yes, Your Honor. The presidents, the patriots, and the national heroes are qualified, that they are the ones who are worthy of being interred in the Pantheon, Your Honor. But however, they're qualified to be worthy of esteem and emulation. And standards may change, but as of now, the standard is there, Your Honor, and a mere directive from the AFP regulation cannot amend the standard found in law, Your Honor.
I think that we have both expressed what is in our minds. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Counsel.
maraming salamat po.
We will have a break for 1 hour. We request the parties and their counsels to please proceed to the holding rooms. Attorney Tay, you have already indicated to them the holding rooms. So, and may we also request the resource persons to join us for lunch. I think there is a room set for you at the 3rd floor. So kindly ask the staff of Attorney Anama for directions. We will meet at 1:30.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Just a few questions, Counsel.
Opo.
All organisms decompose when they die, and it's only through embalmment that the decomposition is delayed, is interrupted. Marcos has been dead for 27 years now, and the family wishes to have the remains buried in Libingan and Bayani. You oppose the burial because you worry about the honor that would be accorded the family with a hero's burial, and perhaps also with the, I guess, the 100 square meter plot that is, I think, entitled to former presidents.
Opo.
Where do you want the president to be buried?
Well, Your Honors, please, whether he is buried in Ilocos Norte, as I believe he wished before he expressed, it's a matter for the family, but not on a government land. Your Honor, please. Mga Marcoses na Marcos doon. Years, they persisted in that, Your Honor. And I think the reason there is the message, Your Honor. The message they want to deliver the moment that he is buried there. And for us, Your Honor, that is really unacceptable for victims of human rights violations and the people who were victims also of the plunder. And what happens, Your Honor, to the EDSA people power? The people around the world, people hailed EDSA people power as an expression of the people's assertion of their rights against a dictator. Now, ang pinatalasik pala natin noong 1986 was someone worthy of emulation. So, Your Honor, yun talaga ang nakakasakit kasi, of course, decade naman na siya, so what's the fuss?
I understand your concern, and if I may follow up on the line of questioning of Justice Perez, he was saying that perhaps here in Metro Manila, we consider the former president a villain, but in the Ilocos, you'll agree with me that his hero worship there. Now, that is as far as what about the time when he was during his first term? During his first term, that was 1966 to 1969.
Opo.
You'll concede that he did some great, he did some good things for the country during that period.
I don't know, Your Honor.
You would not know.
Yeah, I was.
Anyway, you have no objection that he be buried in Batak. I think that was the understanding of during the time of President Ramos, no? When
Yes. My objection, in fact,
Aquino's family agreed that that he returned to the country, provided he be buried there in Batak. Now, will you agree also that he be accorded full military honors in the burial?
For me, Your Honor, if you're disqualified in one, you're disqualified in all. Parang incongruent.
No, you're already agreeing that he can be buried, or you don't agree at all that he can be buried.
Well, for me, Your Honor, I'm very sorry to take this a little extreme stand, but for me, the full military honors, Your Honor, is still a state awarded honor, Your Honor, please, and that will still deliver.
So what you're saying is that if the family changes its mind and decide finally, okay, let's bury the remains of our father there in Batak with full military honors, you'll come to the Supreme Court again and file this petition opposing the burial with full military honors?
We don't know that yet, Your Honor, but for me it rankles that he is given a full military honors when his victims have not even achieved justice, Your Honor. But of course, it's something that in the future that we will consider, Your Honor.
What about in heritage part that's adjacent to the Libingan and Bayani? Would you still oppose that?
It's a private park po, ano?
Yes.
Yeah, well, if it's a private park po,
With full military
I
honors.
don't think we have any right at all to intervene in the wishes of the family, Your Honor.
And with full military honors,
I
you'll
think-
consider to them?
Yes, Your Honor, the full military honors is a state-awarded honor, Your Honor. And the state is supposed to follow the Constitution and the laws and so on, Your Honor. And for us, that will be violative of that, Your Honor. But it's something that we don't know will happen, but that is my position as of now, Your Honor.
You see, I wonder, because after 27 years, he has been dead for 27 years, and I cannot imagine what the remains now, no, of the body.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, are you? Let's just assume. I don't know. I've been wondering, after 27 years, what has become of the remains? Let's assume that these are all bones. You still would oppose?
Your Honor, many of his victims died 27 years ago and they're also decayed. They didn't even get any honor at all, Your Honors, please. And in fact, they're forgotten. Maybe some of them are forgotten now. So for us, it's really, at least for me, it's unacceptable, Your Honor, that he will still be accorded that recognition of the state, Your Honor.
And that's all, Counsel. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, po.
Justice Peralta.
Attorney Colmenares, please. Because we have been talking about RA 829 for a long period of time, but I want to ask a question that has not been yet asked by my colleagues. My question is, which came first? The proclamation creating the Republic Memorial Cemetery or RA 829?
If I remember the note, Your Honor, RA 289 was promulgated, I think, in 1948, while Proclamation 86, which named Libingan the McKinley.
Yeah. But the Libingan Bayani, the predecessor of Libingan Bayani, is Republic Memorial Cemetery.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Per my research, Republic Memorial Cemetery was created in 1947.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ahead of RA 829.
Yes,
right?
Your Honor. In that case,
But President Magsaysay, you're talking about Proclamation 86, renamed Republic Memorial Cemetery into Libingan ng mga Bayani in 1954.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But that proclamation actually was merely to change the name of Republic Memorial Cemetery, because the purpose of creating Republic Memorial Cemetery was to have a burial place for the war veterans, whether World War I or World War II veterans, or those who fought in the World War II. That was the purpose of the Republic Memorial Cemetery, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
But President Magsaysay expanded the coverage of Republic Memorial Cemetery and came out with Proclamation 86 in 1954.
Yes, Your Honor.
Am I correct? Now, if your contention is that RA 829 is applicable to this present petition or in resolving the issues in these different petitions, if 829 was intended to refer to the Libingan ng mga Bayani, do you think that Congress should have so stated in RA 829 that RA 829 covers Libingan Bayani and not in any other place?
Well, I think Republic Act 289, Your Honor, refers to the construction of the Pantheon for presidents.
Yeah, that's correct.
While Republic Cemetery are for soldiers and war dead. So there was no problem initially, Your Honor. Except later on, in 1986, there was a directive which now included presidents among those who will be interred at LNMB, and therefore we contend, Your Honor. That's our contention.
That's why.
The standards of 289.
No, I'm just trying to get your points because you're saying that RA 829
applies
because that is because the Libingan Bayani is the one referred to in RA 829. That's what I understand from your petitions.
Our petition, Your Honor, is that the standards in 289 applies.
Okay. So
it will be incongruous, Your Honor, please. May isang presidente, hindi siya manilibing sa Pantheon kasi he is against the standard ng 289. Pero dito siya ilipat sa libingan ng mga bayani. He will be now...
That's the problem because in the Libingan Bayani in Proclamation 86, there were no amendments to that effect. If they really intended to adopt the standards in RA 829, I do not see a reason why Congress could not have enacted the law and adopt the standards in 829 to apply to those buried in Libingan ng mga bayani.
Yes, I think...
Why only now that Marcos is being buried? We are now raising the issues that these 829 standards set forth in 829 should likewise apply to the standards set forth.
Well, actually,
to be set forth in the Libingan ng mga bayani. Why only now?
Yes, sure. It is only, because it is the issue is raised now, Your Honor. But actually, the sale directive included presidents. So when that included presidents and President Marcos is now qualified to be interred there, that's when we argue, Your Honor, that the...
Yeah, I get your point. My only concern is that if the intention really is to adopt the standards in 829, 829 has been there since 1948. The Republic Memorial Cemetery was created in 1947. It was renamed, 8289, sorry. It was renamed to Libingan ng Bayani in 1954. We had all the time. Marcos was deposed in 1986.
I think, Your
Laws
Honor...
should have been passed to adopt also the standards set forth in 289 and incorporate in a law.
I think, Your Honor, that probably the presidents who issued the proclamation and the AFP who issued the directives found it unnecessary to expressly state that the standards apply because these proclamations and these directives cannot amend the law. So the law is always there, and if you want directive or an AFP regulation includes a function of the law, then probably it is deemed by the promulgators.
But the problem with RA 289 is that it refers to a place, a pension somewhere in Quezon City.
No, Your Honor, if I may,
I think it's in the law. I was reading the law. It's somewhere is Avenue to set aside.
I think there's a proclamation.
Huh?
If I'm not mistaken, Your Honor, there's a proclamation that sets aside a lot in Quezon City.
Yeah, that's correct. For the National Pantheon. That's what I understand.
Yes, but the law itself, Your Honor, does not specify the place. Presidential issuance actually allocated a lot in Quezon City.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes,
I agree with you. There's a proclamation later on allocating a portion in Quezon, a lot for this National Pantheon.
Yes, so 289 didn't say that the Pantheon should be in Quezon City. In fact, I argued a while ago that it could be in Taguig or in Bohol, but the standards will still be maintained, Your Honor.
Now, the regulations of the Armed Forces of the Philippines provided for 2 disqualifications in order to be buried in Libingan ng mga bayani. Do you agree with that?
Yes, it provided for 2 express provisions.
Yeah, 2 express provisions. So, if I will read, personnel who were dishonorably separated, reverted, discharged from the service. Authorized personnel who were convicted by final judgment of an offense involving moral turpitude.
Yes po.
Okay. Now, when a soldier is dishonorably discharged, we assume that he is in active duty. Because you cannot discharge a soldier who is no longer connected with the military, right?
I agree po.
So it is a process that is done by filing a complaint, probably before the adjutant's office, that this fellow should be discharged from the service.
I think that's logical, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's the process. So you cannot discharge a soldier who has not been a soldier for a long, long time. It is a process that is undertaken during the active duty of a soldier. Right? Because that is administrative. the
Yes, Your
process
Honor.
of removing an employee, even in other cases, administrative in character.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you cannot file a case against a soldier to be discharged when he has already been separated from the service long time ago. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you dispute Marcos was a soldier?
I don't dispute, Your Honor.
You cannot do not also dispute that he was not dishonorably discharged.
No, Your Honor.
He was not separated from the service.
No, well, Your Honor,
No, he was not separated from the service in the sense that there was a finding that he violated the Articles of War
yes, Your Honor.
or any regulations being imposed by the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Yes, Your Honor,
That's
but since there's no definition of service in that sense, as Justice Carpio mentioned this morning, you know, it could also mean that service as a civilian commander-in-chief, for Your Honor. But in any case, Your Honor, we contend that despite the express provisions in the directive, Your Honor, not only is the standard in RA 289
No, I'm not
incorporated.
going. I'm not anymore. I'm finished with RA 29. I might go back.
But I'm also
I might
saying-
go back later. What I'm saying is that it is an administrative process.
Yes, Your Honor.
Discharging a soldier is an administrative process. Marcos was not dishonorably discharged during his time as a soldier, was he?
Not that we know of, Your Honor.
Was he separated from the service during his time as a soldier?
Not that we know of, Your Honor.
Was he ever convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude?
There was no
He was
opportunity
not.
to convict
You're
him,
saying
Your
that
Honor.
cases could no longer be filed because he already died in 1989.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, it's very difficult.
Yeah, but the problem was this his fault? Does everybody would like to die?
Of course not, Your Honor.
That is inevitable. Nobody could say when
Yes.
when your time comes, no? Because death is like a thief in the night, right?
But what we're saying, Your Honor, is this. Why did the directive include an express prohibition of the dishonorably discharged from those qualified? I think the intent of that express prohibition, Your Honor, is that the dishonored cannot join the honored.
Yeah, but
and,
the
then,
problem is-
therefore, then, Your Honor,
Yeah, but-
that provision...
But that's a problem because there is an office that should determine who should be dishonorably discharged. We're not in a position to do that.
Yes, but
because
I don't think...
the party should be given due process like in any other case.
I don't think we
Like
should
in all
limit
other
ourselves
cases.
to
No,
the...
no, what I mean is this. My question is just simple. There was no process.
Not that we know of, Your Honor.
Yeah. There was no also criminal case finding him guilty involving moral turpitude.
Not
There
that
was
we know
none.
of, Your Honor.
There was none. So, strictly speaking, no, there's actually no law that is violated by the president in burying the remains of the late president.
Other than 289, Your Honor, we contend
Yeah.
that Republic
So
Act
it is the law really that you're invoking is RA 289.
289, Republic Act 10863, Your Honor. And even the directive itself, we would like to argue.
The 1063 that you're referring to is the one that was...
Reparation of human rights.
Reparation of
But if I may, even in the directive, Your Honor, I'd like to forward that Marcos is disqualified even in that directive. If I may come forward.
Yeah.
What was the reason why there was an express disqualification of the dishonorably discharged in the directive? I think the intent of that directive is to ensure that the dishonored cannot join the honored. After all, why should we reserve a special plot for those soldiers when any soldier, whether a criminal or just because he wasn't convicted in an offense involving moral turpitude, will also be buried there? I think, Your Honor, even the directive contains within itself a prohibition that those who are dishonored cannot join the honored, Your Honor.
But I'm just quoting the provisions of the
express
regulation
provision, I
of
have...
the armed process, though.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, do you know if there are other remains buried in Libingan na Bayani who are not heroes?
There are those
There
who
are.
proceeded. Yes, Your Honor.
There are.
Please. Yes.
Of course, national artists, they are not included.
I think so.
Soldiers, military men, Medal of Valor, all of this.
Yes,
but there are those who are buried who are not even members of the military. Or they are not included in the list.
I think so, Your Honor.
Yes, yeah. But there were no objections.
Well,
were there objections raised when they were buried? The remains were buried?
I don't think we should...
On the ground that they should not be buried dead because they are not heroes?
I don't think we should equate Marcos with others, Your Honor. Marcos is a different kind, Your Honor. I mean, he was a dictator, he was a plunderer, he was a human rights violator. And as I mentioned a while ago, Your Honor, if there are scoundrels who were buried there before, then that doesn't justify an addition, that we add one more scoundrel in the cemetery. And Your Honor, please, for us, if there's a proper time to start scrutinizing who gets buried in the Libingan, then it's the proper time, Your Honor. The first time probably, but it can make sure that those plots reserved for those who are worthy of emulation and inspiration must now be scrutinized by the executive to ensure that the purpose with which these lots were allocated to special people are followed, Your Honor. Instead of a mere listing of people who are supposed to be there without looking at their records or whatever they did during their life, and that they be given honors in the Libingan ng mga bayani and deemed worthy of emulation. That's a very powerful message, Your Honor,
Now,
that we cannot
what is really your objection?
accept.
What is really your objection to bury the remains of President Marcos in the Libingan ng Bayani? Or your objection is that giving honors, military honors in the burial of President Marcos? Are you objecting the remains being buried, or you're objecting to the military honors that would be accorded to the remains?
In this case, Your Honor, we object to the fact that he will be buried in a place where under the law he is deemed a model worthy of emulation and a source of inspiration, Your Honor. Because if he is a source of inspiration to the next generation, then what kind of model or emulation will that be, Your Honor? He was a plunderer and he was a human rights violator, and so these new generations would say, oh, so we should follow what he did. So crucial po yun sa amin. Crucial po yun sa amin.
You're not only
both
objecting to the military honors, you're also objecting to the...
Because it conveys the same recognition, Your Honor.
Okay. That's all, Attorney
Thank you po.
Thank you also.
Justice Leonen.
Can I ask Professor Gutierrez to take the podium? Good afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you agree with me that part of the struggles during martial law, or perhaps during the war in the 1940s and even in the revolution of the Katipunan and the different geographical areas in the Philippines, was also to establish a kind of democracy that had an independent and a court with integrity?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And is it our duty as a collective constitutional body from all these struggles based now in the Constitution, is it our duty to prevent the President from committing any and all kinds of mistakes, including political ones?
Not all kinds of mistakes, Your Honor.
So therefore, there are kinds of mistakes from our point of view or your point of view that the President is entitled to make because it is part of what is called his political judgment. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the challenge is for members of this court coming in with our own journeys and standpoints, our own personal histories, whether we were engaged in the martial law struggle or were victims of it or were on the other side, is to try not to allow our own personal predilections, our own personal judgments to take hold of our opinion. Rather, that we should look at the law, and because we have to preserve the integrity of the court, we have to take care of the position of this court in relation to all the other constitutional departments. Would you agree with that?
I agree, Your Honor.
Yes. And at that point, at that juncture, it is wrong for us to say, would you agree? It is wrong for us to say that anything that is said by the President who wins an election should be what should happen, because that is not the kind of democracy instituted by our Constitution.
I believe, Your Honor, that the court has a duty to actually
In other words,
review.
just because you had 13, 17, 20, 200 million votes, doesn't mean that anything that you do should be rendered constitutional. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, that's the extreme kind of democracy that is bordering on, if I may use a term that has become controversial lately, bordering on anarchy. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because we do not have a monarchy, correct?
We don't, Your Honor.
The president is not king. Is that not correct?
He is not, Your Honor.
He neither, I should say, king, or if it were a woman, a queen, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And during the period of our history, there was only one president that accepted and declared that he was a dictator. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that was Aguinaldo, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And of course, we will go to this later, you have freely called President Marcos as a dictator, an authoritarian, a plunderer, and one of you has even called him a scoundrel. I will look at the legal basis for that later, if any. But for now, we know that we are not under a dictatorship. The president is also accountable to the Constitution, which is an expression of the sovereign. And the sovereign does not express its wishes only by election. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
On the other hand, we go to the other side, that this court should not veto anything that it does not like. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct, Your Honor.
And the border is whether the issue is really a legal controversy rather than a political one, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and if it's a legal controversy, we are required to come out with our own reasoning for a case, and therefore we have ponencia, separate opinions, dissenting opinions, but that reasoning is not valid, even though logical, if it is not anchored on the premise of a text of a constitution, a law, an order, etc. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So no matter how cogent, how logical, how philosophically analytical the reasoning is, for this court and for this legal order, it is not valid unless we can anchor it on a specific provision. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, needless to say, we all know that there is a hierarchy of laws. And the hierarchy of our law is the Constitution comes first, all the way down to an AFP general guideline on how or who to bury in what place. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And let me say that the petitioners and the respondents both cited several provisions of various statutes, which therefore is for us to sift through and see which is the applicable statute. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And pardon me, because sometimes parties think that the procedural issues, in quotation mark, in this case, in these types of cases, are formalities. But to me, that is the crux of the matter. The procedural issues are not procedural in the sense that they are simply defining remedies, but it defines the role of this court vis-a-vis the President of the Republic, and therefore, in this case, also a precedent for defining ourselves vis-a-vis constitutional organs. Is that not correct?
I agree, Your Honor.
Yes, and to me, there are three levels. The first level is to ask ourselves, should we entertain the petition? And in doing so, at that first level, we look at whether the petition is within our jurisdiction. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and I will concede that certiorari prohibition and even mandamus are within our jurisdiction, so I will not go into that. But after jurisdiction, we have questions of justiciability in constitutional cases. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And justiciability is an aspect of constitutional litigation which shows that this court has a deferent attitude towards all the other political departments. Is that not true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, we are careful that we only rule on the specific issue at the right time and with the right pronouncements. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I think the heart of it is that this court cannot be an advisory body, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
For advice, legal advice, there are other higher paid lawyers out there, more eminent lawyers that can advise. Perhaps I see the Solicitor General here, very competent to advise the President, among other things, and I see a whole battery of eminent lawyers on your side that will advise clients. But that advice will be tested, and it is not this court's duty to advise a party. It rules, it decides, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and that part that we cannot advise the President by means of a case that is not yet ripe for adjudication with no legal controversy is also in deference to the fact that, number one, ultimately, this court decides finally. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
There may be political controversies out there, and at the din of media debates, etc., it will come to this court, and this court must not join the fray. It must look at it with impartiality. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And we have to be careful that we do not create precedents, especially in passionate cases like this. We do not create precedents empowering ourselves, and I would say even usurping powers which are not accorded to us. Is that not correct?
I agree, Your Honor.
Because at the end of the day, the heart of the Constitution, the basis of our rule of law, is the credibility of this, the Supreme Court. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we have to be careful. So let's look at justiciability. There are 2 points. The first is that things that come out of our constitutional role. Therefore, the rules on, we have to have an actual controversy. There must be legal standing on your part. It must be the least mota of the case, and it must be ripe for adjudication. Do you agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Those are fundamentally substantial, though procedural. Substantial, because it defines our role vis-a-vis the other departments. As you have seen in many cases where we had a divided court, for example, in the RH cases, and I would say my dissent was very clear. There was no actual case. In the cybercrime case, I said in certain portions, there was no actual case. And I would say that our waiver of legal standing cannot be done if there is no legal case, if there is no actual controversy, no matter how transcendental the importance of that case is. But that's only my point, and I am one of 15, but this court's collective opinion is already seen in the judgments. The second point, or the second ground for justiciability decisions, is what I call judicial economy. For example, hierarchy of courts. For example, exhaustion of administrative remedies, and so on and so forth. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that we have freely weighed. As a matter of fact, in the case of diocese, we took pains to actually enumerate the grounds for the waivers for exhaustion and hierarchy of courts. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, in this case, the Solicitor General has squarely put into issue the existence of that doctrine called political question. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, in your memoranda, I hope you can meet it head on. Because so far, this court has discussed it tangentially. Again, the last one was in the case of diocese, where we looked at the political question doctrine. And after all, we have progressed beyond Tanyada versus Cuenco and Baker versus Carr, with apologies to the counsels who filed your pleadings. We have progressed far beyond that. Okay, we have had several recent cases, DT Talong, etc., where this court has grappled with those particular political issues. But to me, it is important that we discuss it today in these oral arguments. Now, second, first question is whether we should tackle this case. Second question is, did the President or the government agency exercise the powers that were given to them within the powers as defined for them by the Constitution, the laws, and the regulations? Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, therefore, if it is an allocated power, then therefore we cannot touch it. Is that not correct?
Unless there is a showing, Your Honor, that there was grave abuse of
Yes.
discretion.
Now we go to grave abuse of discretion. And to a layperson, it sounds redundant. Grave abuse of discretion. Sobra-sobrang abuse yun. Okay. But discretion is discretion, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Abuse of discretion is not when we move. We move only on grave abuse of discretion. And as a matter of fact, this is not in the rules of court. It is found in the Constitution. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Specifically, Article 8, Section 1, second paragraph. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Second clause of the second paragraph. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So therefore, grave abuse of discretion. We have to be very clear that it was originally within the jurisdiction, but for a breach of a fundamental right, it has gone beyond that discretion. And therefore, there is grave. So either it is whimsical and capricious in terms of the exercise, or that there is a violation very clear of a fundamental right. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which brings us to the third level of constitutional litigation, which is on the fundamental right that is actually violated. No matter how much a discretion, for so long as there is a fundamental right violated, this court will act. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And may I add, if you would agree, that the breach of that right has to be made clear by the petitioners. Is that not correct?
It is incumbent upon petitioners to do
Yes.
so, Your Honor.
And to make it clear, you have to do several things. Number one, locate the law. Number two, demonstrate the vinculum, the link between the act itself and the law, how it is breached. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you done that?
We believe so, Your Honor.
Of course, I expected that answer, but let us examine a little bit more. To the court, the breach has to be clear, again, because we want to defer to the other agencies, because they likewise are constitutional organs. They also read the Constitution. But before we go there, this Constitution is not simply a liberal democratic constitution copied from the United States. Is that not correct?
It is not, Your Honor.
Yes. In fact, we have progressed far beyond even the Malolos and the 1935 Constitution with all its amendments. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because part of fundamental rights in this Constitution are concepts called social justice and human rights. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And forgive me that I do not agree with your pronouncements that there are some of it which are non-self-executing. Because in my point of view, every angle, every word in the Constitution is self-executory. It can provide a frame or define a prestation. Would you agree with that?
I would, Your Honor.
Yes. Such as Article 2, Section 11, which you quoted, which we will go to later. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Now, there is another sticking sore issue which has been raised by the Solicitor General in their consolidated comments, which I want you to respond to. There is no judicial or quasi-judicial act subject of certiorari. There is no judicial, quasi-judicial, or ministerial act subject of prohibition. And I will not ask you because you were not the one that raised it. Mandamus cannot lie because your petition, I believe, is certiorari and prohibition.
Your Honor.
So, can you address that? Rule 65 says there must be a judicial act or a quasi-judicial act or a ministerial act. And conceitedly, I don't know if you would agree with me, that the decision of the President to grant the Marcoses the privilege of burying their kin in the cemetery in the fort is a discretionary act.
To begin with, Your Honor, we did not file a petition for certiorari. It was purely a petition for prohibition. Because we acknowledge, Your Honor, and we accept that there was no exercise of quasi-judicial power by the President or any other body in this case. What we are invoking, Your Honor, is the portion which deals with the duty to perform a ministerial act. In this particular case, Your Honor, we believe that there is ample support in the Constitution, in law, and in jurisprudence to direct a course of action for the concerned official, in this case the President and his subordinates, tasked to actually administer the libingan ng mga
We
bayan.
order the President to bury Marcos in some place in this country? Is that the ministerial act?
No, Your Honor, but there are standards that have to be met, and those standards preclude the President actually directing the burial of Mr. Marcos in the libingan ng mga bayani.
Or can you say that Rule 65 must be read in accordance with Article 8, Section 1, second paragraph? Because when Rule 65 was promulgated in the 1960s, the Constitution did not state that this court also had jurisdiction whenever there is a breach by any government instrumentality or agency with grave abuse of discretion.
I would also agree to that, Your Honor.
Okay. And maybe it's high time that in this particular case we be clear about it, knowing that on both ends of the table now, both parties are represented by very eminent counsels that can fully discuss whether this court now could say that Rule 65 is not the only 65 certiorari rule that we have in the rules of court, but there is the constitutional basis for grave abuse of discretion. Call it certiorari plus plus. I do not know. But maybe that should be the subject of discussion. And after all, the Solgen in their consolidated comment, the first and the second supplement, tackled this particular issue. Can you cover that in your memoranda?
We will comply, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, does the political question still exist, considering Article 8, Section 1?
It does, Your Honor.
It does. So, therefore, you concede that the President can decide who to privilege in burying in particular public spaces in this country.
Yes, Your Honor, provided that he complies with other standards already found in the Constitution and in the laws.
I'll go to that later, but I forgot one other part, one other issue. Let us look at what your standing is and what your rights are, and what rights the parties have. Definitely, Ferdinand Marcos Sr. does not have any right, correct?
None, Your Honor.
Because he's already a corpse. Rest in peace, correct?
Yes, Your
Yes. In fact, he's no longer human, correct?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Does he have human rights?
Not as
He
a
did when he
deceased
was
person.
alive,
He
correct?
did before, Your Honor.
Yes, but today, no longer human, a corpse, and therefore what we are dealing with are the memories of Marcos held by the public and the heirs of Marcos. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Apart from the fact that you have your own, you have defined your own potential standing. Of course, you want to convince this court that you do have standing as human rights victims. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I just go to some of your clients just to be sure what the factual basis is of their standing? You have here former Chair Eta Rosales. Is this your client? Loretta Ann Vargas Rosales.
Yes, she is, Your Honor.
And her standing is?
She is a human rights victim, Your Honor, and
Can you be
a
more
member
particular?
of...
What happened to her during martial law?
She was arbitrarily arrested, Your Honor, and subjected to torture and other abuse.
Was she raped?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to your petition, you did put there that she was
Yes,
raped.
Your Honor.
By Marcos?
No, not by Marcos personally, Your Honor, but by persons acting under him.
Under his direction?
Well, maybe not his express direction, Your Honor, but members of his military.
Hilda Narciso. What happened to her?
Also a human rights victim, Your Honor.
Are they here in this courtroom?
Some of them are, Your Honor.
Yes. And Aida Santos Maranan.
Same thing, Your Honor. Almost all our petitioners, Your Honor, are actually human rights victims.
Counsel, just so the link again is clear, because as I said, we cannot just act on our feelings and our positions during those times. How come you're linking them to President Marcos? They were raped. Do you know how many rape cases this court deals? Incest cases even, on a weekly basis. Lots. Torture, arbitrary detention also happens once in a while. But what's so unique about these cases?
The uniqueness, Your Honor, is that these are not ordinary rape cases or cases of arbitrary detention. These are cases of violations that occurred during the Marcos regime pursuant to a policy enunciated by the Marcos regime. And the culpability of Mr. Marcos has actually been passed upon by...
Why were they arbitrarily arrested? What were they doing? Were they drug addicts?
No, Your Honor. I believe that most of them were engaged in political activism, Your Honor.
In political activism, more particularly, they were campaigning for a candidate, or were they expressing views of a different kind?
They were expressing views critical of the dictatorship, Your Honor.
Critical of the dictatorship, and if I remember correctly, during my youth, I remember them as espousing structural change, the way that people now are also wanting change.
Some of them, Your Honor.
During
yes.
those times, change was a subversive idea, and therefore they were, as you said, they were arbitrarily arrested, etc. So, yes, we sympathize with them. And if I may say, I also sympathize with the clients of Attorney Latif. They like your clients, are experiencing the lack of recognition, the lack of memory, etc., except recently there was a recognition of the Jabida massacre, and so on and so forth. But that nonetheless, we sympathize. But how is that related to the burial of Marcos? What are the rights specifically violated when Marcos is buried?
In relation to the victims, Your Honor, our petitioners, the rights violated, Your Honor, have to do with their right to a remedy, which is actually recognized, and the state is obligated to grant them pursuant to its duties under international law, Your
Yes,
Honor,
that
such
right,
as the ICCPR.
right to remedy, where is it found? Again, I am looking for the textual anchor.
It's found particularly, Your Honor, in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 2.
Article 2, we go to the International Covenant immediately. Is there anything in our Constitution that could serve as the basis?
Well, the ICCPR, Your Honor, is anchored, well, it's applicability to our jurisdiction is anchored on
Because international law is not a supra-constitution. You agree with me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, of course, from an international perspective, it is the Constitution for Human Rights, or part of the set of documents that present the Constitution for Human Rights. But in our domestic jurisdiction, of which we are creatures, this court, we have to deal with the Constitution. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there is Article 2, Section 11, you quoted in your pleading.
Yes,
Is that
Your
not
Honor.
correct? And Article 2, Section 11 states, if can you please put it up there, has two parts. The state values the dignity of every human person. And second, and guarantees full respect for human rights. Again, this is not hortatory. It is not palamuti. It is not decoration. It is very clear provision, Section 11 of Article 2, which requires two things. The state should value the dignity of every human person. Is this qualified?
No, Your Honor. There
Does
is
it
no
say
qualification.
persons who are not criminals? Does it say
No,
that?
Your Honor.
Every
It's-
human person,
It's
correct?
every human person, Your Honor.
Even the criminal, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even the suspected criminal, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even the subversive, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even the person that dissents, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even a person who is annoying, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even the trolls, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Assuming they are persons, correct? Because
Well,
it can be a,
unless they are
a bot.
bots, Your
Yes,
Honor.
yeah. But to this point, it is very clear that part of the frame of our Constitution is that we start with the value of every person's human dignity. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The heirs of Marcos, do they have human dignity too?
They do, Your Honor.
Yes, and part of their human dignity is for their family to be treated the same way as any other family, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Unless there is a reason to make a distinction on the basis of social justice. Is that not correct?
I agree, Your Honor.
Yes, but fundamentally, we can only do so much. In other words, once a person commits a sin, it doesn't mean that his entire being is already sin, correct?
That's correct,
We
Your Honor.
address the act, but the person is maintained because that is what the Constitution says. The state values the dignity of every human person, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And there is only so much shame that one person can take. Is that not correct?
There is, Your Honor.
Yes. And at a certain point, there has to be a limit to that, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And generally, it is not this court that will say, but the political departments that will say, correct? First.
Generally, yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. And there is a second point here. It says, guarantees full respect for human rights. This is a second clause, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because the first one is a state of mind, an attitude, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The second one requires positive acts. Guarantee means to assure, to make sure. And it is not only human rights, it's not only respect for human rights, but full respect for human rights. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was this in the 1973 Constitution?
No, Your Honor.
The Marcos Constitution, it was not there?
It was not there,
Are
Your
you
Honor.
sure?
Yes,
No,
Your
it was
Honor.
not there. What about the 35 Constitution?
No, Your Honor.
No, but it had terms like social justice, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was it in the instructions of McKinley?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Or was it in the Malolos Constitution?
No, Your
The
Honor.
Pact of Biak na Bato?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so in other words, this is something that is found in our Constitution, which makes our Constitution unique. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Compared to these other constitutions. yes.
Guaranteeing full respect for human rights, is that a duty of the legislature only?
No, Your Honor. It's a duty of the entire state through all of its branches of government.
In other words, if there is statutory basis, this court is also mandated not to do away with this, not to sweep this under the rug, but we should read it in accordance with our duty as part of the state, because it says here, it is not the legislature that is the holder of the duty, it is the state, and we are the state, part of the state at least. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
As a government, it is part of our duty. By the way, the state includes its people, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the people also need to guarantee full respect for human rights. Is that not correct?
I agree, Your Honor.
As a matter of fact, during the time of martial law, if I remember correctly, there was deafening silence. When martial law was declared, people I felt were so scared, including myself. Metrocom, being arrested, being tarnished as communists, and being taken away, correct?
Yes, Your
As a
Honor.
matter of fact, we've heard stories which became true that the most articulate politicians of that day, Benigno Aquino, Jose W. Jocno, Lorenzo Tañada, were taken away. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
As a matter of fact, the entire Constitutional Convention in Havillana versus Executive Secretary, we see this, was closed down until they agreed to a particular type of government setup. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And that's part of our history, and can we take judicial notice of that, do you think?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, this is the constitutional provision. What is the relation of your international treaties to this provision?
The international treaties, Your Honor, provide a substance as to what human rights are subject to the state guarantee under
So
Section
the
11.
International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights become part of our law. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Via
Well, via the treaty clause, Your Honor, specifically, and the
treaty
incorporation clause.
Yes. So those treaty provisions must be read with the Constitution as our, if I may borrow from one of my colleagues, our prism, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
From our point of view, it should be the Constitution that we will use to read those provisions. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
There is another point which I wanted to clarify. The principles for the right to a remedy that you mentioned in your pleadings, is this also a treaty?
No, Your Honor. These are found in two instruments. One is a declaration of the UN General Assembly. The other is an issuance by the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations.
So treaty is very clear. They become part of our law. Statements of general principles of the body that made the treaty, are they likewise, do they piggyback on the treaty as they become part of our law? Or are they advisory in nature for purposes of the states that have acceded to the treaty?
It depends on the specific nature of the comments, Your Honor. But in this particular case, considering that the declarations of both the UN General Assembly and the Human Rights Commission are simply, well, a reiteration of what is already provided for in the treaty itself, then I would venture to say that they do form part of the treaty norm.
That's your position.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I hope the Solicitor General will respond to that as an issue. The standing of the principles in terms of our legal order. How valid is it? Is it advisory, recommendatory? Are we bound by it? And so on and so forth. Because you anchor the right of the victims on those provisions. That you say that the full guarantee for the right, for respect for human rights includes memorialization, reparation, etc. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's anchored principally on our treaty obligation under the ICCPR, Your Honor. It's merely the further articulation of what the right to remedy actually provides that the other instruments contribute to this particular discussion.
Okay, which came first, these principles or the law providing for compensation? Republic Act 1.
These principles came first, Your Honor. These were adopted in 2005.
So if it were part of the law of the land, why is it not found in the Republic Act?
Perhaps because Congress did not see fit to actually mention it further, considering that it's already considered as part of our own law by incorporation.
As a matter of fact, there are only two provisions, sections 26 and 27, if I'm not mistaken, which looks at memorialization. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And again, maybe you can cover it in your memoranda, whether there is sufficient basis for us to anchor your rights on the principles on the basis of our standing laws as of the present.
We will comply, Your Honor.
One of the petitioners, and I just want to recognize Petitioner Latif, went to the extent of chronicling. This court 20 times called Marcos a dictator, 20 cases. 18 cases, this court called him an authoritarian. Unfortunately for Attorney Colmenares, we have never called him a scoundrel because I do not think that we are in the mood for labeling people like that. But the point is that there are 20 cases which calls him a dictator, 18 which calls him an authoritarian. Is February 25 a holiday?
It is declared a holiday by the Office of the President
Yes.
every year, Your Honor.
Is August 21, the death of Ninoy Aquino, which eventually triggered February 25, the ouster of Marcos, among other things. Of course, there was the People's Movement, the Human Rights Movement, etc. Is it declared a holiday?
It is declared in certain years.
As a matter of fact, it's a Republic Act, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a law, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it acknowledges the existence of the EDSA iba yun? The EDSA Commission. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. It recognizes the EDSA Commission created in 1999, and the EDSA Commission was to commemorate February 25. Why, Counsel? What happened on February 25?
This was the People Power Revolution, Your Honor.
So there is recognition in terms of our law of what happened to Mr. Marcos. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And we celebrate it, correct?
We do, Your Honor.
Yes. And therefore, as a matter of law, it is acknowledged that the president, former President Marcos, was ousted, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he unique among other presidents? Have we ousted any other president?
We have not ousted any other president, Your Honor.
Because President Estrada, according to this
Resigned,
court,
Your Honor.
constructively resigned,
Yes.
correct? And the Constitution was kept in order. But after EDSA, we did have Proclamation number 3, declaring a freedom constitution. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Proclamation number 3 was challenged before this court. Do you remember?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. The title of the case is Lawyers League for a Better Philippines versus Aquino, followed by Inre Saturnino Bermudez. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct,
And
Your Honor.
it is one of the shortest cases, a delight for my former law students to read, because Lawyers League for a Better Philippines had only one paragraph, and it was not a minute resolution. It simply said, the people have spoken, the sovereign have spoken, and we will not look into the validity of the proclamation already, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And from there stemmed the 1987 Constitution. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your
And the
Honor.
1987 Constitution was promulgated in the light of the events of February 25. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore, do we need to take that into consideration in relation with the public's rights and the victims' rights in relation to the burial of Marcos?
Yes, Your Honor. That's one of our main contentions.
Okay. Now, let's look at the power of the president. The power of the president to actually give the privilege to the heirs of Marcos is what? Where can we locate that in the Constitution?
Well, in the Constitution, Your Honor, it's the executive power, Your Honor.
Yes, where? What kind of executive power? Because we need to find out whether it was properly exercised.
Well, I base...
Because there is the national pantheon, which is by law, and from the point of view of some of the other justices, if I read them correctly, the other one is with respect to military officials. So can we say that it comes from them as Commander-in-Chief?
I would suppose that if it's a judgment anchored on Marcos as a soldier, Your Honor, yes, it would fall under his responsibility as Commander-in-Chief.
So the proposal, from your point of view, your reading of the orders now, the proposal is coming from the Commander-in-Chief or coming from the Chief Executive?
Our reading, Your Honor, is that it comes from the Chief Executive, and I base my answer on the explanation advanced by the Solicitor General in his consolidated comment, where he specifically cites the administrative code provisions.
By the way, what is the executive order for the burial of Marcos? What is the proclamation?
It's a memorandum, Your Honor.
No, I mean from the President. Where is the order?
There is no order, Your Honor.
There is no order. You mean to say the AFP acted on its own?
The memorandum from Secretary Lorenzana, Your Honor, directed to the AFP Chief of Staff, cited verbal orders of the President.
Is there a citation of the verbal orders?
No, Your Honor.
Exactly the parameters of the verbal orders?
None, Your Honor.
In other words, the Secretary of the DND acted saying that there were verbal orders, but the parameters were not stated to him. Is this correct?
That is the import of the memorandum,
Does
Your
this
Honor.
make the memorandum order valid or invalid?
We believe that it is invalid, Your Honor, because it does not set any parameters, and that is precisely the argument we are forwarding.
And by the way, they are citing in the memorandum orders the AFP regulations. Is this not correct?
They do cite that, Your Honor.
Yes. And who issued the AFP regulations?
I believe it was the AFP Chief of Staff, Your Honor.
Chief of Staff. So, if the power of the President being exercised is in accordance with the administrative code, then it must be the President or the Executive Secretary that should issue the guidelines. Is this not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
If it comes from him as a commander-in-chief, then it has to come from the Department of National Defense, the guidelines at least, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we are now debating about guidelines issued by the Chief of Staff as to the burial of dignitaries, Medal of Valor recipients, etc., correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the statutory basis for this guidelines?
Well, there are none, Your Honor. They don't really specify any statutory basis, but the contention of petitioners, Your Honor, is that we should read Republic Act 289, among other laws,
So there are orders of the Chief of Staff to its subordinates, and I am sure that every lieutenant, every captain, every major should follow. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. But should the civilian government also be beholden to those guidelines?
Normally, no, Your Honor.
Did you make this an issue in your pleadings?
I do not believe we address that squarely, Your Honor.
You did not address it squarely, and perhaps since it now comes up, may I ask the Solgen, the heirs of Marcos, and the petitioners to kindly address the validity of the AFP guidelines.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Is there a clear basis for stating who and who will not be buried in the libingan ng mga bayani? Is there a clear basis in the guidelines? Let's not go to Republic Act 289. My colleagues have aptly discussed it, and I will just pick up from their discussion.
The guidelines contain an enumeration, Your Honor, of who is presumptively entitled and a set of 2 exceptions.
Okay, so it says Medal of Valor, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Presidents, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
By the way, does it say Chief Justices?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
I am not implying anything.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
That there were Chief Justices that were that are already dead, correct? So it doesn't say so, correct?
No, Your
What
Honor.
about Senate Presidents?
I don't think Senate President is there, Your Honor, although there is a blanket provision on statesmen, but that will require the concurrence of Congress.
What about 5-year-olds collaterally killed, Danica May Garcia, in drug wars?
There
Not
is none, Your Honor.
What about 8-year-olds collaterally killed in the Mama Sapano tragedy?
None, Your Honor.
What about the 44 SAF?
None, Your Honor. Well, they are
can
there
fall,
insofar as they are members of the active service.
15 soldiers who valiantly fought the Abu Sayyaf recently and were killed?
They will be included,
They
Your
will
Honor.
be included. What about your mother?
My mother, no, Your Honor.
Okay, so therefore, can you tell me what the basis is? By the way, does it say widows?
It doesn't, Your Honor.
It does. It says widows of former presidents, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And don't you think that's a problem? Widows also of secretaries of national defense. It does say, correct?
Potentially, it might be a problem, Your Honor.
Yes, so there is a listing of this nature, and there are different kinds of personalities. What is the general criteria for Bayani? I suppose even if the president has the power to declare who the Bayani is, or his alter egos can declare what the Bayani is, it must be very clear. Otherwise, according to one of your petitions, it violates equal protection of the laws, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, do you know what the basis is?
There is no explicit basis found in the regulation, Your
Okay, Medal of Valor, and then it says they're presidents of the Republic. Is there a similarity?
Well, I suppose, in a sense, both of them acquired some kind of public recognition, Your Honor, at some point in the past.
Well, Medal of Valor, who was the last Medal of Valor awardee that you know?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So there is no public notoriety. In fact, Medal of Valor, very difficult to find, and I only got a listing recently of who the Medal of Valor persons are, and they are of different ranks, and I salute their sacrifice, the human sacrifice that they made for our freedom and our democracy and our Constitution. But presidents, okay, why are they given that privilege?
I suppose in recognition of the service that they devoted to the country
Well,
as chief executive. Your
Our
Honor.
bailiff is also providing service. There are public interest lawyers, officers of this court, that go to very far-flung places that provide service and put their lives at stake. The Solgen is providing very good service to this republic. In fact, he has even attracted fire when he made certain pronouncements to protect the government in its various programs, etc. So there are lots more. So why a president?
Because he is commander-in-chief, Your Honor.
Commander-in-chief. Therefore, we give him that honor.
Commander-in-Chief and therefore, at least at some point, head of the military establishment.
But he sought that position, and he knows that he is going to be honored as Commander-in-Chief. People will salute him or her. He is already Chief Executive. He has all that power already. And then when he dies, he also has that privilege over all other citizens. I thought public office is a public trust. I thought that every public official is our servant. And when you seek a position, come hell or high water, whatever harassment you experience, including justices of the Supreme Court, you sought it. But then you carry also a title, and that title is privilege enough. Correct?
I agree, Your Honor.
Yes. But why is he given a special status in terms of the AFP guidelines?
The problem, Your Honor, is we can only speculate because the AFP guidelines themselves do not provide any clear answer.
So again, would you say that this might violate or skirt through the question of equal protection of the laws?
It's possible, Your Honor.
Or do we say that because it's such a small space, we give the President full discretion already to allocate that public space?
I do not believe we can do that in this case, Your Honor.
Yes. As far as your pleading was concerned and your argument, you said that there is no public purpose.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course, we listened to your argument, but here I am pointing out to another aspect. Is it possible to say that there is some favoritism that is involved? The widow of Medal of Valor awardees are as entitled as a President of the Republic, wouldn't you think?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. In fact, some of your clients might be entitled because of their service during martial law. Is that not correct?
They might, Your Honor, although
fact-
none of them has sought the privilege.
You yourself can be Bayani, correct? So long as the President can define a very clear basis for saying that they are in fact presidents. Okay. Is there a right to a correct history?
Yes, Your Honor. There is a right to the truth. And in that sense, the history must be truthful.
Okay, again, 20 times we called him a dictator. 18 times we called him authoritarian. Several laws, including Marcos compensation. Several cases in the Supreme Court. There is a memorial established under the law for compensation. There is a bantayog ng mga bayani there in Quezon City. There is that EDSA memorial in the crossing of EDSA and Corinthians, or that street in Corinthians. Our history books already acknowledge in many portions what happened during martial law. And to satisfy you, we can quote the entire paragraph 202, 203, 204, and 205 of the Solgen, where he states that the chapter of Philippine history on martial law is not written in ordinary ink. Rather, its every word is written in the blood and tears of recognized and unsung heroes. Its every page is a shroud that has their bloodied but valiant faces on it, and each turn of these pages echoes their cries for freedom. We can quote this entire thing. And this will therefore memorialize a lot of things, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, what will a burial erase? Will a burial erase anything?
Yes, Your Honor, because it will contradict precisely this long-standing perspective on our own history that has been inculcated
But
in our
life is
Constitution.
full of contradictions. Is that not correct?
That's true, Your Honor.
In
but
fact, the concept of a hero is a fiction. Is that not correct?
to a certain extent, it is,
Is
Your Honor.
Bonifacio a hero?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Yes, but did we examine his military acumen? In other words, in several battles, did he actually win the battle, or he was late, etc.? We did not, right?
We did not, Your Honor.
Jose Rizal is admired as a hero, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. He is our national
did we
hero.
examine his, I'm sorry, but girlfriends, etc., and many other things about Jose Rizal? Did we examine that? We
More
could.
often than not, we don't, Your Honor.
Yes, but as a hero, we caricaturize a person, look at the good things, okay, and then dampen the other things. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So a hero is a construct.
To a certain extent, the image of a hero is a construct, Your
And
Honor.
full of contradictions, correct? If I remember correctly, even Bonifacio's role as a hero has been challenged by Glenn May, another historian, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at a certain point, there are people that we want to emulate, that we put in the pantheon only to be removed at a certain point. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, so with history, correct? That there are ways by which there is no one standard line because we are a democracy. There is one entire narrative, and it is kept in the National Historical Commission maybe, but there will be alternative lines. There will always be alternative lines, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or perhaps history is that there is a president that buried Marcos in the Libingan ng mga Bayani, and for forever that president will be put in our annals of history as a person who buried a dictator, an authoritarian, etc. He is making history, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Should we prevent him to put his own self into the annals of history for his own reasons? Might be because that is his idea of moving on, if I may use a colloquial term, and so on and so forth, correct?
Well, he's not being prevented from making history, Your Honor. He's being prevented from violating the Constitution and our laws.
Again, how does he violate the Constitution?
By, as I said, Your Honor, having a decision which goes against the very design of our Constitution. Because in the case of Marcos, Your Honor, we're not just talking about history per se, which can be disputed in the classroom. That, of course, there's room for that. But we are talking about history, which is already institutionalized in the Constitution and forms the basis for so many of its provisions and so many of our laws and Supreme Court decisions.
Okay. Let me go to my last 2 points. The Marcos heirs, do they have a right to demand that their, Ferdinand Marcos be buried in the Libingan ng mga Bayani?
No, Your Honor. There is no right to bury.
This is a privilege that was granted by the current president to them via verbal instructions to the hierarchy of the DND and the AFP. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it is, the beef is not against them, it is actually against the government. Is this not correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, again, dictator, authoritarian, etc. They want to bury their dead. Correct? Isn't there a limit to shame? Isn't there a limit for certain individuals? Yes, my relative committed this and that. Okay? Yes, my father committed this and that. But at a certain point, we have to acknowledge that they were human beings at a certain point. And therefore, that we have to acknowledge that part of them. And therefore, like many other people, they have to be buried. Correct?
Yes, Your
and
Honor.
Therefore, isn't this too much? We've called him a dictator, we've called him an authoritarian, we've called martial law a dark years, for which I may not disagree. But on the other hand, Article 2, Section 11, we value the dignity of every human person. Until where do we shame an individual? Can that be a legitimate question for this court? Or should that be addressed to the political departments?
I think that is more a political question, Your Honor.
And the political question was answered by the president. Whether I agree or not, in my heart of hearts, if I were president, and I do not dream to be one, and I hope I will not be ever, I would have done something else, correct? But then that's my own political judgment. But on the other hand, you did say that's a political judgment of the president. That is it not enough that the powerful memories of the brutality of martial law are found elsewhere? And that if this president does not recognize the powerful brutality of those days by burying Marcos, it is his place in history. And this court should not interfere with that. Let him do it, and we can rally, we can speak, we can blog, we can write history books about what's happening today. But as far as this court is concerned, we might be usurping power. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
I cannot agree, Your Honor, unfortunately. The question here is not just about the limits of shame, which, if that was the only question, we would happily leave to the executive. But there are factors here, such as the constitutionalization of that particular history, a constitutional perspective on Marcos and his martial law regime, embodied in the Constitution, in laws, and in jurisprudence, that the President is actually duty-bound to observe. So we're not talking about a dispute of opinion regarding the varying perspectives on whether Marcos was a hero or not, whether he was a bad president or not. We are talking about a constitutionally integrated legislatively determined and judicially sanctioned perspective on the Marcos years and on the man Ferdinand Marcos himself, which should bind the President, Your Honor.
In other words, you're saying forgiveness is one thing, but to remember is another thing in terms of our history.
Yes, Your Honor. That is precisely what we are saying.
Thank you, Counsel, for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Justice Velasco.
Can we call former Congressman Colmenares? Thank you. Can you state again your basis for saying that the former president cannot be buried at the Libingan ng Bayani? Can you start with the laws first?
Yes.
Can
Yes,
you
Your
just
Honor.
enumerate first?
Yes. Well, we contend, Your Honor, that the interment of President Marcos violates the law, Republic Act 289,
Okay,
and the
let's stop at
provisions
that.
of the
Okay.
Cons.
Yeah, okay. You have other provisions. Section 1 of Republic Act 289 provides to perpetuate the memory of all the presidents of the Philippines, national heroes and patriots, for the inspiration and emulation of this generation and of generations still unborn. There shall be constructed a national pantheon which shall be the burial place of their mortal remains. Okay? So my first question is, was there already a national pantheon declared by any government agency?
Not that we know of, Your Honor.
None, okay? So, is there already an existing board of national pantheon?
I don't think there is an
You
existing
don't
board,
think
Your Honor.
so? Okay. Based on Section 1 alone, it says there is specifically all the presidents of the Philippines. All the presidents of the Philippines.
Yes, Your Honor.
It is a provision that says the mortal remains of all the presidents of the Philippines shall be buried in a national pantheon.
That is correct, Your Honor, but with the corresponding qualification that only those who deserve emulation and inspiration, Your Honor, for
You're
the
saying
generations.
that the phrase for the inspiration and emulation of this present generation and generations yet unborn is a qualifying condition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that is your view.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, but
Because otherwise, Your Honor,
another view may be that the reason behind the creation or the construction rather of a national pantheon is first to bury all the presidents, and then whatever good deeds or contributions to the country they did, that will serve as the basis for the inspiration and emulation of this present generation and generations still unborn. Is that possible? Can that
No, Your Honor.
interpretation be made also?
no, Your Honor, because why separate we think that is the intent of the law. Why separate a plot for presidents who do not deserve emulation and a source of inspiration, Your Honor? I mean that the very reason why you put them in hallowed ground or in shrines is because they deserve emulation and as an inspiration, Your Honor. So therefore, this listing of all presidents is qualified by the standard in the section Article 289, Your Honor, please.
Don't you agree that all the presidents of the Philippines have, one way or another, made contributions to the Filipino people?
Probably, Your Honor, but
Probably.
if there are crimes and grievous
There are-
human rights violations and that will erase whatever contribution a president has done, then that president no longer deserves emulation, Your Honor.
Would you agree that there may be a view that we can emulate and this will possibly inspire the present generation regarding only the good things that a former president has done and then disregard the others?
We don't think so, Your Honor.
You don't think so. But you must agree that Section 1 explicitly provides all the presidents of the Philippines.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
we
then
have no
it
problem.
is your contention that the phrase for the inspiration and emulation of the Filipino people is a qualifying
Yes.
condition.
Yes, Your
Okay? Unfortunately, you admit that there is still no board on national pension.
Yes, Your Honor.
And under the law, this is the only government agency that can interpret, or rather implement, Section 1, and in case of doubt, interpret. Correct?
Well, Your Honor...
no, based on the law. Section 2.
Based on the law, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But there was a presidential decree that reorganized the government, if I remember right, Your Honor, and the functions of the Shrine Committee was transferred to the DND and to the PIVAO and so on, Your Honor.
We're
Please.
only referring to, we're confined to the board on national pension.
There is no board, Your Honor.
So up to now, because the board has not yet been created, it would appear that Republic Act 289 does not appear to be implemented yet. It's not executed yet, and the board is not yet functioning. That's the reason behind it.
With regards, Your Honor, probably to the construction, we don't know if it was ever constructed, but we continue to maintain, Your Honor, that the standards for president's burial, Your Honor, is still valid, Your Honor.
Okay, but we are looking at the legal basis for your petition that the former president should not be buried at the Libingan ng Bayani. So, due to the fact that the board has not yet been organized and is not functional, then Republic Act appears to be a deadlock. We cannot really make use of this as a basis after all.
Well, it has not been expressly repealed, Your Honor, and the directive issued by the AFP cannot repeal that law, Your Honor. So they cannot just put in their listing precedent and not accommodate the standards therein, Your Honor. So since it has not been repealed, that is the basis for contention that the standards therein continue to be incorporated in any directive to inter precedents, Your Honor.
A rule cannot go beyond the law. That's
Precisely,
what
Your
you're
Honor.
saying.
Precisely, Your Honor.
Libingan ng Bayani has not been declared a national pension.
I don't know of any declaration, Your Honor.
Okay. Before it was called Libingan ng Bayani, what was it called?
Republic Cemetery, Your Honor.
Republic Memorial
Yes,
Cemetery
Your Honor.
under Executive Order number 77, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And before Executive Order number 77, the remains of the other heroes and military officials or dead war heroes were buried in other places, like in Bataan, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So
The
that's the
war
reason
dead, Your
why
Honor.
they created the Republic Memorial Cemetery.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then afterwards, there was a proclamation, 208, and they set aside a parcel of land. And this is where we encountered the name Libingan ng mga Bayani. But Proclamation 208 merely states it is the proposed site of the Libingan ng mga Bayani. What is the basis for the name given to this memorial cemetery now?
Yes,
Was there a proclamation before by any president?
Yes, there was, Your Honor. Proclamation 86 renamed Republic Memorial Cemetery to Libingan ng mga Bayani to symbolize, as the proclamation stated, the causes for which the soldiers died and to show our esteem and respect, Your Honor, to those buried there, Your Honor. So even the proclamation, in fact, we contend, contains still an additional standard, Your Honor, that only those who died for, or at least the causes, fought for the causes which soldiers died for, should be interred there, Your Honor. But it was indeed remained Libingan ng mga Bayani, Your Honor.
That is proclamation number
86, I think, Your Honor.
86, okay. And what year was that?
I think it was in 1954, Your Honor.
1954
53 or
also,
54.
53 also, okay. Because Executive Order 77 is also 1954.
1954, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. You made mention of Republic Act 10368 as
Yes.
another basis for
Yes, Your
your
Honor.
prayer that the burial of the former president should not be implemented at the Libingan ng Bayani.
Yes, Your
That's
Honor.
your other legal basis.
Republic Act 10863, Your Honor, is the Marcos Human Rights Reparation Act, no?
Yes.
It provides for, of course, the basis for the law are the violations of human rights by Marcos and the plunder and so on, Your Honor, and provides for the reparation of victims in 10 billion pesos taken
Yes.
from the ill-gotten wealth of Marcos returned by the Swiss banks in the tune of about, I think it totaled up to about $650 million or about 32 billion, Your Honor. The second component is that the victims will have non-compensatory, reparation, Your Honors. And the third is that their heroism and their sacrifices shall be enshrined in the roll of victims, Your Honor, their names enshrined therein, and a memorial will be constructed, Your Honor, for the honor and the memory of their sacrifices when they were brutally tortured or killed, Your Honor, or disappeared during the time of martial law, Your Honor.
Okay, that's accurate. But I went over Republic Act 10368, and I don't find any legal provision, any provision there that says that the burial of the president at the Libingan ng Bayani, former president at the Libingan ng Bayani, is prohibited or barred.
Yes, Your Honor.
There is no explicit provision there.
Yes,
right?
a prohibition did not be expressed, Your Honor, especially as in this case, Your Honor, as petitioners, of course, contend. The right to reparation, Your Honor, and the right to recognition, Your Honor, is practically diminished, if not completely obliterated, because they are being honored in the role of victims for their sacrifices and their heroism and their torture, and yet the torturer is placed in a cemetery where he will be a source of emulation. So for the victims, it is really a complete obliteration of that gain. But ano ngayon ang sasabihin po ng tao? Eh, sino bang i-emulate namin? Kayo o siya? So for us, Your Honor, it violates our right under that law, Your Honor, please.
But there's still no explicit provision here.
Yes,
that
Your Honor,
bars
but there
the
are
burial
many.
of the president at the
Yes.
Libingan ng Bayani.
Yes.
Okay. Has the Libingan ng Bayani been declared a national shrine? Because the chairperson of NCA said they have not declared it yet, or have you declared it?
It was declared by law daw po.
It
Your
was
Honor.
declared by law, Libingan ng Bayani. And what law is that? Sorry, yeah. Can you approach the podium and make use of the mic? Yeah.
Your Honor, Proclamation number 208, dated May 28, 1967.
What particular provision in Proclamation 208 that says that Libingan ng that parcel of land, 142 hectares, is declared a national shrine? What portion of the Proclamation 208?
I don't have the exact provision, but a summary of the proclamation states it was declared a national shrine and placed under the administration of the National Shrine Commission. This was in 1967.
Yeah, it's 1967.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Unfortunately, I don't have it does not appear I have the complete all the portions of the proclamation. But what I read from the proclamation is that that parcel of land is the proposed site of Libingan ng mga Bayani. So, but you read another provision. Can you read it again?
The title is Proclamation number 208.
Yes, 1967.
Yes.
And then what's the
yes, Your
particular provision that you mentioned?
It declares the cemetery, it separates the Libingan ng mga Bayani from the Fort Bonifacio Military Reservation and declares the cemetery a national shrine under the administration of the National Shrine Commission.
Parang dineclare lang na ano.
Yeah. Under the for national shrine purposes.
National. Madam Chairperson, the proclamation says it is reserved. Is that the same as saying it is already declared as a national shrine? To me, it's just a reservation of the land. And then it says proposed site of Libingan ng mga Bayani. It is your office that declares a particular no, and who actually, is it by law or by proclamation?
Either law or proclamation.
Yeah, other
Yes,
than
Your Honor.
Proclamation 208, is there
There's
any
no-
other proclamation that categorically, yeah.
I don't know of any, Your Honor.
Yeah, I have here, it's only 2 pages actually, and
Yes.
you read,
Let me see.
here, you said it's reserved, yeah. It is reserved for National Shrine purposes, the administration of the National Shrines Commission. It's the National Shrines Commission,
Commission.
not your office.
Not ours.
Okay, thank you, Madam
Thank you, sir.
Chairperson. All right. Now, you're saying, are you claiming that the AFP regulation is also the basis for your petition that the former president should not be buried at the Libingan ng Bayani? The
Yes,
one-
Your Honor, we ask the Honorable Court to strike it down, Your Honor.
The AFP,
The regulation, sorry, the directives, Your Honor. Of
the directives have to be nullified and of
Yes,
no
that's what-
legal effect?
Yes,
Because
the
it runs
directive-
counter to Proclamation 289. That's what you're
To
saying.
clarify, Your Honor, the directive
Okay.
allowing President Marcos
So
to
you're
be
not
buried.
using this as your basis for the relief that you're claiming here to
If you're
prohibit the
talking-
burial.
If we're talking of the AFP regulation,
Yeah,
Your Honor,
161-375 dated September 11, 2000.
yes. If we're
You're not using it as an argument to support your position.
In fact, we can even argue that even under 161.373 or the AFP regulation, that AFP regulation does not exist in a vacuum. In fact, even that AFP regulation makes sure that those reserves for the libingan ng mga bayani, it is reserved only for those honored. Otherwise, why would the directives say that those dishonorably discharged and those guilty of offenses involving moral turpitude should not be allowed? For us, the intent of the directive is not merely to say all this listed here will be interred therein, but also to ensure that those who are dishonored, Your Honor, cannot be joined there. So that can even be claimed. Although, of course, our main attack in the petition is that the directive of the DND Secretary and the AFP, Your Honor, is invalid because it violates the law and the Constitution, namely your RA 289, RA 10863, Your Honor, and so on, Your Honor, please.
I'm not sure about the other petitioners. I don't know if I can ask the other petitioners if they made use of AFP regulations. What's this? 161375, Congressman Lagman.
Congressman Lagman, you may
Did
choose
you
to...
make
I
you
think
made
made a
use of
request.
this? Yeah. Yes.
No, I could stand up here.
Okay,
Your Honor.
Congressman.
Your Honor, in our petition, we just mentioned this particular AFP regulation to show those who are disqualified.
Okay.
Which means to say those discharged from the service and those convicted of crimes involving moral turpitude. And we discussed those discharged from the service because we said that no less than the sovereign act of the Filipino people discharged the president.
I see. Okay, but you would admit also that based on the rules of the, I don't know, the agency in the military that handles the administrative complaints, that it is only the AFP that can decide on who can be discharged, separated, or reverted to previous rank. Isn't that right?
Strictly with respect to military personnel. But that provision, as interpreted by the Honorable Senior Associate Justice Carpio, it states there that service is generic. So it could be service both in the military as well as in the civilian institution. But moreover, Your Honor, when the late President Marcos was discharged by the Filipino people in that EDSA revolution, he was discharged not only as President of the Republic, but also in his concurrent capacity as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Under the Constitution, he holds the highest ranking of a soldier as Commander-in-Chief.
But you would admit, Mr. Congressman, that this is a view that has not been made part of jurisprudence yet. There is no previous case decided by us that said a discharge as a military, as a commander-in-chief of the country can be done by the sovereign people. There is no case like that before.
You are correct, Your Honor. There has been no jurisprudence. That is why this case will brace that jurisprudence.
Okay. Now, hypothetical, but although I don't want to mention the name of the former president, for example, that particular president was convicted and yet restored to civil and political rights. If something happens with him, is he entitled to be buried at the Libingan ng Bayani?
At the proper time, Your Honor, that should be resolved.
You cannot advance your view yet, right? Now, under the AFP regulation, if we apply it strictly, the former president can be buried as authorized under item number 2 of the regulation. It's very explicit there that the presidents or commanders-in-chief can be buried or interred in the libingan ng mga bayani, correct?
Well, yes, Your Honor, but we have to read the entire regulation in its entirety because
Yes.
there are exceptions, those who are disqualified from being buried in the libingan, and that would include the late President Marcos because of his ouster by not only a military tribunal, but the sovereign act of the Filipino nation.
Okay, so that's your view. Anyway, Justice Kagiwa made mention of a presidential decree number 105. Have you read it already?
The one that was distributed earlier, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you submit, do you contend that this can be a basis for denying the burial of the late president, the former president?
Yes, Your Honor, because we contend that the burial of the late president in the Libingan ng mga bayani will desecrate this solemn and sacred ground.
So the mere fact that he was a former dictator and the fact that he will be buried there will desecrate or defile the national shrine there.
Not only the fact that he has been a dictator, Your Honor, but the fact that both foreign and decisions of this honorable court has recognized his acts of atrocities during martial law as well as the acts of plunder, and no less also than the political departments, the executive and the legislative, had already validated such cardinal sins when Republic Act 10368 was enacted into law.
The presidential decree is quite clear as to what particular acts can be considered in desecration of the national shrine, like the act of digging, excavating, defacing, causing unnecessary noise, or committing unbecoming acts. Is it your position that these acts covered by this presidential decree apply to the actual burial of the late president in Libingan ng Bayani? You want to interpret it that way?
Your Honor, we would interpret it by an expansive construction that not only these mundane acts of digging and noises would desecrate the hallowed ground, but also a more sublime reason, that of the interment of a president who has committed cardinal sins against the Filipino people.
That's all. Thank you, Mr. Congressman.
Justice Carpio.
Congressman Lagman, can you go back to the, I have a few questions. I can still take it. The EDSA revolution was a successful revolution, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if the revolution is successful, the acts of the rebels in removing the head of state of the former regime is legitimate, valid, final, and binding, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if President Marcos could not have come to this court after he was removed to question the validity of his removal, that there was no due process because he was removed without impeachment, he could not have done that, correct?
His petitions could have been thrown outright
Yes,
by the
because
Supreme Court.
the validity of the acts of the rebels will be determined by the law of the rebels at the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
It cannot be, we cannot look into the due process of the removal of Marcos after the revolution, because after the revolution, all the acts of the successful rebels are valid and binding and final, correct?
Aside from that legal truism, Your Honor, there is the factual truism that 14 years of atrocities and plunder justified his ouster.
In other words, counsel, in the AFP regulations, it says as those who have been dishonorably removed from office, separated from office, cannot be buried in the Libingan. That the dishonorable separation of Marcos from office in 1986 cannot be questioned in this court anymore because that's final and binding as a matter of law, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because if we open it up, we will judge that whether there was due process or not in accordance with the 1973 Constitution. And what will happen? We will have to declare void the Freedom Constitution and the 1987 Constitution, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
the court cannot reopen what has been final.
It's a fundamental principle that the revolutionary government, if it succeeds, all their acts in throwing out the old regime is valid, final, and binding on the courts, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the forcible, the dishonorable removal, separation of Marcos in 1986 from government service as a civilian president, as commander-in-chief, cannot be questioned anymore. We have to take that as a matter of law, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Congressman Lagman, kindly stay. I will just ask you. You listed Marcos versus Manglapus among your authorities.
Yes, Your Honor.
Marcos versus Manglapus involves what scenario?
Well, in the case of Marcos versus Manglapus, it was with respect to the attempt of the former president and his family to return to the Philippines. And according to the Honorable Court, that return can be barred because it would, in a way, adversely affect the efforts of this country to recover the ill-gotten wealth it has stashed away in foreign jurisdiction. And this court even said that this could be subject, and it is subject to judicial notice.
Do you have a copy of Marcos versus Manglapus? Can you start reading the paragraph that begins with, "This case is unique"? Do you have a copy of the decision?
Yes, Your Honor, I am aware of that particular provision.
Would any of your co-counsel have a copy of the decision? Start reading the paragraph so that we put into the record the fact that the court has already characterized the departure of former President Marcos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Congressman Lagman.
Would you like me to read, Your Honor?
Please.
This case is unique. It should not create a precedent for the case of a dictator forced out of office and into exile after causing 20 years of political, economic, and social havoc in the country, and who, within the short space of 3 years, seeks to return, is in a class by itself. The decision showed that
That's good enough.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Then,
Then,
afterwards, there are provisions there that recognize that after the departure of the former president, how was the country characterized by the court at the time? We start from the paragraph that says, we cannot lose sight of the fact that the country is only now beginning to recover.
Your Honor, I will get a copy.
I think your colleague has a copy. And please read that particular paragraph.
Which paragraph, Your Honor, is this?
We cannot also lose sight of the fact that the country is only now beginning to recover from the hardships brought about by the plunder of the economy attributed to the Marcoses and their close associates and relatives, many of whom are still here in the Philippines in a position to destabilize the country. I'll finish that so we save time. We cannot ignore the continually increasing burden imposed on the economy by the excessive foreign borrowing during the Marcos regime, which stifles and stagnates development, is one of the root causes of widespread poverty and all its attendant ills. The resulting precarious state of our economy is of common knowledge and easily within the ambit of judicial notice. Can this court, therefore, deny the fact or its legal conclusion that the people ousted him and forced him into exile after having made these statements?
That is final, Your Honor, and it could not be reopened in any case.
Can the court still say that good resulted after President Marcos left the country, after it said that the precarious state of the economy is the result of his rule and is within the ambit of judicial notice? Can the court still turn its back to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I would want the parties to summarize for us the kind of pronouncement that the court has made, the legal and factual conclusions it has reached, together with the kinds of figures that amount, all the charges relating to the Marcoses have been recognized in court. Now, may I thank you, Congressman Lagman. May I ask Attorney Ibarra Gutierrez to come here to approach the podium. Do you know the case of Galman versus Sandigan Bayan?
I don't believe it's part of the cases we included in the petition, Your Honor.
All right. You have been hearing questions and you have taken positions relative to certain judicial philosophies. Some raised questions saying that unless there is a clear statutory or constitutional prohibition characterizing the former president as someone who cannot be buried at the Libingan ng mga Bayani, then the court cannot act on your petition. You have heard those questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
There are also those who wish to say that the Constitution and all judicial pronouncements and statutes should be read as an integrated whole, creating a legal bar for this present president to order the burial of the President Marcos in the Libingan ng mga Bayani. You also have heard that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you are basically talking about a clash between two judicial philosophies. And one is for a hard law requirement, requiring you petitioners to set forth a clear legal standard which is being violated by the President and his subalterns. And those who believe that the Constitution lives in such a way that every pronouncement must be given life together with judicial pronouncement and statutes. So now you have a task that you must discharge. But before that, I want to frame the mindset of the court. And it is clear that Galman versus Sandigan Bayan sets that out. Okay. If you will remember Galman versus Sandigan Bayan, the court was then tasked to determine whether serious irregularities amounting to miscarriage of justice was committed by the Tanod Bayan and the Sandigan Bayan. And the court concluded that the trial was a sham. And the Sandigan Bayan, the court concluded, was pressured by Malacanang into reaching a favorable verdict. and therefore cannot be considered an impartial court. And let me now go to the pertinent findings of fact issued by the court then. The pressure exerted by President Marcos in the conference held on January 1985-10 pervaded the entire proceedings of the Aquino-Galman murder cases, as manifested in several specific incidents and instances it enumerated in the report under the heading of manifestations of pressure and manipulation. The testimony of Justice Herrera that during the conference and after an agreement was reached on filing the case and subsequently acquitting the accused, President Marcos told them, "Okay, magmoro-moro na lamang kayo." And that on their way out of the room, President Marcos expressed his thanks to the group and uttered, "I know how to reciprocate." Did not receive any denial or contradiction either on the part of Justice Fernandez or Justice Pomaran. The record shows sufficiently that from beginning to end, the then President used, or more precisely, misused the overwhelming resources of the government and the authoritarian powers to corrupt and make a mockery of the judicial process in the Aquino-Galman murder case. The secret Malacanang Conference, at which the authoritarian president called together the presiding justice of the Sandigan Bayan and Tanod Bayan Fernandez and the entire prosecution panel headed by Deputy Tanod Bayan Herrera, and told them how to handle and rig moro-moro the trial and the close monitoring of the entire proceedings to assure the predetermined ignominious final outcome are without parallel and precedent in our annals and jurisprudence. With the declaration of nullity of the proceedings, the cases must now be tried before an impartial court with an unbiased prosecutor. There has been the dark long night of authoritarian regime since the fake ambush in September 1972 of then Defense Secretary Juan Ponce Enrile, as admitted by Enrile himself, was staged to trigger the imposition of martial law and authoritarian one-man rule, with the padlocking of Congress and the abolition of the office of the Vice President. As recently retired Senior Justice Vicente Abansantos recalled in his valedictory to the new members of the bar last May, in the past few years, the judiciary was under heavy attack by an extremely powerful executive. During this state of judicial siege, lawyers, both in and outside the judiciary, perceptively surrendered to the animus of technicality. In the end, morality was overwhelmed by technicality, so that the latter emerged ugly and naked in its true manifestation. Now that the light is emerging, the Supreme Court faces the task of restoring public faith and confidence in the courts. The Supreme Court enjoys neither the power of the sword nor of the purse. Its strength has mainly in public confidence based on the truth and moral force of its judgments. This has been built on its cherished traditions of objectivity and impartiality, integrity and fairness, and unswerving loyalty to the Constitution and the rule of law, which compels acceptance by the leadership as by the people. The lower courts draw their bearings from this Supreme Court. With this court's judgment today, there must be a rejection of the temptation of becoming instruments of injustice, as vigorously as we rejected becoming its victims. The end of one form of injustice should not become simply the beginning of another. What the past regime had denied the people and the aggrieved parties in the sham trial must now be assured as much to the accused as to the agreed parties. The people will assuredly have a way of knowing when justice has prevailed as when it has failed. Do you therefore understand, Mr. Petitioner, that this is basically a test also of the Supreme Court? Do you think that the Supreme Court can turn its back on the announcement it had made in 1986, when it recognized that even the judiciary was attacked and afflicted, and even the legal profession itself was damaged by Mr. Marcos?
I hope the Supreme Court is never again called upon to actually have to do that, Your Honor. But I acknowledge that that statement reasserting judicial independence in the face of threats from an overly powerful executive is something that should inform the Supreme Court's actions and decisions from then on.
Is there legal significance in the statement that the legal profession must not succumb to technicalities in order to deny justice?
Yes, Your Honor. That is one of the major contentions in our oral arguments and in our petition, Your Honor.
And how do you make out that argument, counsel?
That in this particular case, we should not be bogged down by the literal reading of an AFP regulation, and instead take it in the full context of both our Constitution and the various laws which provide a historical indictment of Mr. Marcos, and zero in on the main issue here, that the proposed burial of Mr. Marcos at Libingan ng mga Bayani threatens to actually erase that constitutionally recognized, legislatively determined, and judicially sanctioned narrative of our history after the EDSA Revolution, Your Honor.
Have you not found any stronger legal standard than the National Pantheon Act?
As I discussed earlier, Your Honor, our specific contention on a law being violated by the executive here, Your Honor, is the law actually cited by the Solicitor General himself, which is the standard provided in the revised administrative code in cases where the President exercises the power to reserve public lands for a public purpose. Our contention, Your Honor, is that there is no legitimate public purpose that has been demonstrated here by the executive, precisely because honoring Mr. Marcos can never be a legitimate public purpose given the context of what the Constitution has already concluded and what numerous decisions of the Supreme Court.
Have you spent enough time trying to understand RA 10368, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. We also included that in our arguments, Your Honor.
To what extent is are your clients applicants to the Human Rights Compensation Board?
My understanding, Your Honor, is that most of them are, considering that they are members.
Who among them are applicants or have filed claims with the Human Rights Compensation Board?
I will just briefly check, Your Honor. Almost all of them, Your Honor, I
Okay,
believe.
can you please identify yourselves? Stand, please, and for the record, can you go to the podium and for the record, state your names? And I will ask the chair of the Human Rights Compensation Board to verify before this court whether they have in fact filed applications. Yes, please, come approach the podium. Oh, okay. The bailiff will just guide you and give you the microphone. Your name, please.
My name is Loretta.
And for what human rights violations acts are you claiming reparation from the board?
My name is Loretta Ann P. Rosales. I am a torture victim under the Marcos regime. I was sexually molested, and according to the latest Rape Act, I was actually raped. That is the definition. I had electric shock. I was suffered from Russian roulette, and I was modified water cure, and several other ways of harassing me. So I'm a torture victim, and so I applied before the claims board compensation for the violations committed by the Marcos regime during my time.
By Russian roulette, what is it, Ms. Rosales?
They had a gun, and they threatened me to answer the questions, otherwise they would shoot. So that was a cyber, so I said, if I give in to them, they'll shoot me, then I won't even, they won't be able to get confession from me because I'll be dead by then. So that was all cyber. So I just kept on with my position, and they finally gave up. So they went into other methods of torture in order to try to draw a confession, exact confession from me. And the worst part, of course, was that sexual molestation and the electric shock and the modified water cure.
How long did these incidents transpire? The entire duration. You don't have to count the number of days, etc.
No, in fact, I don't know. I mean, it was just a continuing thing, like 24 hours continuing torture. There was no sleeping, there was no eating. It was just went on and on because until such time, because after the electric shock, I was traumatized, physically traumatized, so I couldn't control the tremor in my body, and they finally stopped. I pretended I was dying, but they knew I wasn't dying. So it was all psy-war all throughout. Anyway, after the electric shock, which was the worst part, that was the last part, they finally pushed me and put me somewhere, and I don't know how long that took. It must have been a continuing more than 24 hours, maybe 2 days of torture.
Did they detain you for an extended period of time?
For 1 month, because I happened to be the daughter of a military man. As a matter of fact, the first chief of the intelligence. It was G2 at the time, but of course he was dead by then. But that meant to say that my mother had connections to the military and to the government, and with that, she was able to find out where I was and work out for my release. And they decided to release me because I had 2 little children. That was their humane treatment, humane act of finally releasing me. But at that time, I had no way of redress of grievances, only until now, where we have the Republic Act 10368.
The next one, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Nilda Lagman Sevilla, sister of Attorney Herman Lagman, a labor and human rights lawyer during martial law. He was forcibly disappeared on May 11, 1977. Under Republic Act 10353 or the Anti-Enforced Disappearance Act of 2012, a victim of enforced disappearance is a person disappeared or any person who suffers harm as a direct result of enforced disappearance. Therefore, my family is a secondary victim of enforced disappearance.
The next one.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Cristina Verzola Rodriguez. I'm a claimant with the Human Rights Victims Claims Board. I was first arrested in 1974 when I was 20 years old, and I was tortured for 8 hours. I was undressed, I was beaten up, my parts of my skin were burnt by cigarette, and my fingers were swollen from bullet pressing, and I was also witness to the torture of about 20 others in that area in Camp Olivas and Camp Crame, 2 camps. In 1983, I was again arrested. Oh, by the way, in my first arrest, I filed a protest, and something in the military courts was started, and I never knew what happened to that. In 1983, I was again arrested, not tortured that time, but I was detained for 1 year under something called Presidential Commitment Order. That's it.
Thank you.
I'm Fe Buenaventura Mangajas. I was detained for being an activist professor in a university teaching history. When I was arrested, I was mentally harassed because I was kept alone in a room. And then, towards late evening, I was brought into a room with only military men and a huge, big light above me for interrogation. But before that, they brought me to the White House in Camp Crame for me to witness what's going on among the other detainees. And I could hear women screaming, and I could see women catatonic, and I could just guess what had gone before. and it really already scared me. So when I was being interrogated, and it took so long, and only men breathing down my neck, sometimes touching me, and asking me all ridiculous questions, and sometimes mga kababastusang mga tanong, and then forcing me to reveal names, to talk about who are my companions, who are my comrades. And because I would not give any name at all, they would really scare me by again touching me and breathing down my neck, until I felt something, parang naihi ako, and then hindi pala ihi, it was blood. Because at the time, I did not realize I was 2 months pregnant. And because of the blood, they had to bring me to the clinic and finally to the hospital, because I could die from the profuse blood bleeding. And they found out that I was really pregnant, so I was released. But I was asked to report weekly that I was there, I was alive, and that I was not doing anything wrong anymore. I have to do this for a whole year, every Saturday, to report my whereabouts to the military.
I am Hilda Narciso. I was incarcerated in Davao City in 1983. It was a rape, multiple rape that I have undergone through my captors. I was placed in a safe house where the militaries are safe. And I was actually being sexually abused for about 2 days. It's quite difficult to be in the hands of the militaries because I was handcuffed, blindfolded, and actually they have masked all my body. And they handcuffed me, and then a lot of hands were all over my body. And they also put their penises, one at a time, on my mouth, finger your vagina, and all that for several hours without you haven't even taken your food. Actually, it was quite a long period of time under the safe house, for about 2 days, with all those kind of process that I have gone through. It's so difficult because you're always on their hand, and I kept on asking them, do you have daughters, you have mother, you have your wife, do you have all of these women in your life? What if you did this to them? How would you feel? And they just answered me, well, then just don't show it to us, that's okay. I felt bad about it because they're doing this to a lot of women, which I knew they do this to a lot of women. And I'm just very lucky that I'm alive. A lot of us, a lot of women, after they sexually abused, were killed. And after that, I was put in jail for about 6 months. And the case that was given to me was conspiracy to commit rebellion. And the case was dropped for lack of evidence after 2 months. But still, I was in jail because of the PCO, Presidential Commitment Order, that only the President can release. And that on the time of President Marcos' birthday, we were released for humanitarian reason. And that was the reason why he kept us in jail. And there was more harassment after that. Thank you.
I am Maria Cristina Pargas Bawagan. I am the sister of Eta. I was arrested May 27, 1981 in Muñoz, Nueva Ecija on charges of possession of subversive documents. There was no arrest order. I was simply arrested, handcuffed, and blindfolded. My mouth was gagged. Then they brought me to a safe house. And in the safe house, they started interrogating and torturing me. And they hit on my thighs until my thighs turned black and blue. And they also threatened me with so many things. They pinompiang ako, that's what they call, sa ears. And then they put a sharp object over my breasts, etc. They tore my dress. And then eventually, they let me lay down to sleep, but then early in the morning, the two soldiers who stayed near me started torturing me again. And by today's definition, it is rape, because they fondled my breasts and they inserted a long object into my vagina. And although I screamed and screamed with all my might, no one seemed to hear except that I heard a train pass by. Now, the only reason that they stopped torturing me was because I heard one of the soldiers talking over his phone. You know, they had this radio. And one of the officers on the other end was asking him if my name was Celestina or Cristina. I had not given my name until then. But when he asked me what my name was, if it was Celestina or Cristina, I realized that my mother had already contacted her friends from the military. Actually, he was the Undersecretary of Defense at that time. And so I said, my name is Cristina. And then after that, my torturer, I was still blindfolded, asked me, what did they do to you? Because he came. And then I told him everything that they did, and I cried and I cried. And he said, who did this? And then I said, you did. Sa Tagalog, ikaw. Sabi niya, hindi, wala ako. Boses mo yan. Alam na alam ko ang boses mo. And I know my torturers. And although I told the camp commander who they were, he didn't pay attention. And even my camp commander tried his luck on me. But he didn't prosper. And then when my mother, finally, I was the judge, well, I was in solitary confinement for 5 days. And then eventually they were able to visit, but I was incarcerated for a month. And finally, when the judge said that I could go home after a hearing, my mother said, let us go back to Camp Olivas to get your clothes. So when we went back to Camp Olivas, they wanted to detain me again by virtue of a presidential order of commitment by the president. And I love my mother because she was so strong-willed, and she said, although we were there the whole day in the office of the camp commander, and she said, I have a hotline to Marcos, and if you want, I will call him this very minute. And it was only then that they had me released. And going home, I said, Mama, do you have a hotline? And she said, no. But she was that courageous, and I love her.
I'm Liwayway Arce, Your Honors. I'm the daughter of Merardo Tuason Arce. He was a UP student, and he founded Panday Sining, which was a cultural group. Later on, he fought for his beliefs, and on February 5, 1985, he was gunned down in Mabolo Street in Cebu City. In 2005, he was heralded as one of the martyrs at the Bantayog ng Mga Bayani Foundation. And his name is inscribed also together with 260 plus martyrs and heroes in Bantayog ng Mga Bayani. I'm a claimant beneficiary under the Republic Act 10.3 1368. And my mother is also a claimant. She was incarcerated also in a camp in Fort Bonifacio. I don't really know much details about my parents because I was not raised by them. And there are many other beneficiaries like me who were orphaned. My mother is still alive, but she was also she also undergone she underwent torture and sexual abuse. And I hope my sister is not listening right now because she does not know this. Thank you.
Can Mrs. Sarmiento confirm that these are, can I just ask her just one question? Congressman Colmenares, Mrs. Sarmiento, please. Should I call you Chairperson Sarmiento? What, your official title is Chairperson? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are all these claimants recognized by your board?
All the claimants who stood up, Your Honor, except for Madam Nilda Sibilia, because perhaps when my staff checked the name of the victim, maybe she checked on the name of Nilda and not the name of Hermon. So all those who recited or shared with us their experiences are claimants in the Human Rights Victims Claims Board.
And you have recognized them already?
Recognition, Your Honor, comes after the process, Your Honor, is quite lengthy. If with the indulgence of the Honorable Court, the first step is submission. The second step is evaluation by the Secretariat. The third step is adjudication by the 3 divisions of the board. Once the claim is adjudicated by the board, and once we finish adjudicating all the 75,730 claims, then the law requires publication once a week for 3 consecutive weeks. And after the publication, we expect to receive appeals and oppositions because the law provides for oppositions and appeals. Appeals are within 10 days from receipt of the decision, and opposition within 15 days from the last publication. Then the board and bank will resolve all oppositions and appeals, and after which publish again the list of eligible claimants once a week for 3 consecutive weeks. And after that, after the publication, that's the time that the board can already approve the list of eligible claimants, add the total number of points awarded, because under the law, Your Honor, there is a list of points awarded for certain human rights violations. So we need to add the total number of points awarded and use it as the divisor for the fund.
I mean, according to the gravity of the
Yes, Your
violations
Honor.
that they had undergone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Rape being more serious and getting a lot more points.
Yes, Your Honor. 10 for death or enforced disappearance, 6 to 9 points for torture, 3 to 5 points for detention, and 1 to 2 points for other violations. So we need to apply all those points based on the narration of the victims or based on their allegations as presented to us in the form of an affidavit.
At what stage are you now in the processing of the 75,000 applicants who are claiming being human rights victims?
We have finished evaluating around 17,000 claims, Your Honor.
And when do you project that you will be able to finish all the 75,000 claims?
Hopefully, Your Honor, if we will be given the necessary resources that we have been requesting, hopefully we can finish late next year, because the board only has until May 12, 2018. The law provides for a sunset, and on May 12, 2018, the board will cease to exist.
What is the resource you are asking for in order that you can finish your work?
Under Republic Act 10368, Your Honor, the board was given an appropriation of 50 million a year. And 50 million a year is not enough for the operations of the board. Just to illustrate, Your Honor, each member of the board has a caseload of 8,500. Those are the number of decisions that each member of the board has to finalize. So translated into a daily average, it's about 30 to 40 final decisions in one day.
Okay, thank you for now. Attorney Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Your Honor, just with the court's permission, Your Honor.
No, I want to know the purpose. We're in a hurry. What is the purpose?
There are three also victims under GR 25793.
There are also others? Okay.
Just three, Your Honor.
Okay, let them approach also,
Yes,
and
please.
the bailiff will please give the mic to them.
Yes, and for the record, Your Honor, I am also conclusively presumed under the law as a human rights victim, being in the Hawaii case, for my torture of 7 days and 4 years of imprisonment when I
Okay.
was 18 years old, Your Honor. Thank
You
you.
were 18 years old. You were a student leader at the time.
Yes, I was the
Congressman?
chairman of the Student Catholic Action, and we were demanding the return of the student council and student papers when I was arrested. And there was torture, Your Honor, the usual, the cigarette butts, the electric shocks, the M16 bullets in between your fingers, the Russian roulette, and so on, Your Honor. So under the law, human rights violations victims who are in Hawaii, the Hawaii case, are conclusively presumed to be human rights violation victim, Your Honor.
You are claiming rights under the final decision of the Hawaii District Court, the real case?
Also that, Your Honor, but the law also said that...
Also under the HH, Human Rights Victims Compensation Act?
Yes,
Okay.
because human rights, the plaintiffs there, Your Honor, are deemed conclusively presumed
Correct.
human rights violations victims, Your Honor.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you for putting that in the record. Your three clients are here? Yes.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, mga justices. Ako po si Trinidad Herrera Repuno. Ako ay isang biktima ng kapanahunan ng martial law. Ako po ay isang leader ng organisasyon ng mga mahihirap sa Tondo. Ang pinaglalaban po namin ay mayroong batas para doon sa magkaroon kami ng lupa at yung iba pang mga karapatan namin. Subalit, nung nagdeklara si Marcos ng martial law, nawala ho lahat ng saysay yun. Hindi na ho naipatupad. Kaya po kami muli bilang isang pangulo ng Zone 1 Tondo Organization, ang isang samahan ng mga maralita sa Tondo, ay naglakas loob din na ipaglaban ang aming karapatan bilang mga nangangailangan ng lupa para sa aming mga maralitang Tagalungsod. Ako po isa sa mga judges na pupunta sana sa international competition para architectural competition sa Vancouver para doon sa pabahayan na gagawin dito sa Pilipinas. Subalit, hindi po ako binigyan ng pagkakataon na makaalis. Sa halip na ako ay makaalis, ako ay hinuli noong April 27, 1977 at ako'y dinala doon sa ang humuli ho sa akin intelligence ng Manila Police at ako'y kinahaponan tinurnover sa krame sa pangunguna po ni Edgardo Matiliano. Nang ako'y napasok doon sa maliit na kwarto, ako'y tinanong kung ang pangalan ko. Sinabi ko po ang pangalan ko. At ako'y pinaalis ang aking sapatos, pinaalis lahat yung aking bag. At sinabi sa akin na tumayo ako, mayroong parang telepono doon sa may lamesa na mayroong kuryente. Yun po ang inilagay dito sa aking dalawang daliri. At inumpisahan ho nila ako tinatanong kung sino-sino ang nalalaman ko. Ang alam ko lang ho, ang pinaglalaban namin, na karapatan namin para sa aming mga maralita. Subalit, hindi naniniwala si Matiliano. At sinasabi niya na mayroon akong kinalaman sa mga komunista na wala naman akong kinalaman. Yun ang pinipilit po nila hanggang sa dumudugo na po ang dalawang daliri ko dito sa yung malalaking daliri ko. tumutulo na po ang dugo, hindi pa ho nila tinatantanan. Mamaya-maya nang hindi na po nila naanoan, pinalis ho ang aking blusa at yung wire po, inilagay po dito sa aking dalawang suso. At inulit-uli, pag-turn po ng parang telepono, pumapasok po ang kuryente sa katawan ko na hindi ko na ho nakakayanan. Hanggang sa ako'y sumigaw na sumigaw. Subalit wala naman ho nakakarinig. Sapagkat maliit na kwarto, nilagyan pa ho ng tubig yung sahig para yung kuryente lalong pumasok sa aking katawan. Yun ho ang ginawa nila sa akin. Mabuti na lang ho, may pumasok na lalaki at kinausap si Matiliano. Yung po hininto sa loob ng kulang-kulang na 6 na oras na pagtatanong sa akin na kinokuryente po ako. Doon lamang ko nahinto. Pinalabas po ako doon at binigyan ako ng papel. Pinapipirma ako sa papel na blanco. Hindi po ako pumirma. Kaya ako dinala doon sa Kamkrami, doon sa yung tinatawag na kulungan. Doon po ako nilagay. Hanggang sa maraming mga kasamahan ko na mga urban poor din nandun na, mga nakakulong. Hanggang sa ako'y nawala ng ulirat. Nawala ho ako, naging incoherent po ako hanggang sa dinala kami sa Bikutan. Doon po sa Bikutan, nakasama po namin sila Nelia Sancho at iba pang mga nakakulong doon. Sila po ang nagtutulong sa akin dahil dumating po ang aking abogado, si Attorney Soc Rodrigo. At sinabi niya sa akin na ako daw ay laging paliguan para maalis yung kuryente sa katawan ko. Hanggang sa dumating ang siguro mga 2 linggo, 3 linggo, doon po ako nakarecover. At nasikaso po ni Attorney Soc Rodrigo na ako'y makalabas. Dahil meron hong sinabi na ho na ako'y lumabas na sapagkat internationally ang mga pare, ang mga madre, yung International Federation ng mga pare, nag-ano na kay Marcos na dapat i-release ako. At pati po ang Pangulo ng US na si Jimmy Carter ay tumulong din para ako'y ma-release. Pati yung international, mga iba pang international na mga samahan para ako'y maka-release. Na-release po ako, subalit nang hina po ako hanggang sa ngayon, nang ako'y medyo may edad na, nararamdaman ko na ho yung mga papahirap, yung pokpok dito sa likod ko, habang ako'y pinaano, lagi po nilang pagkatapos ng pagpapaikot ng kuryente, pupukpukin ho ako dito sa likod. Sabi niya, pagpalakas daw yun, pero masakit na masakit po talaga. Hanggang sa ngayon, nararamdaman po namin. Ngayon, kaya ako, sumama ako sa US para ako'y tumistigo labang kay Marcos ang pagpapahirap niya sa amin sapagkat isa yan state machinery na ginawa. Inamin yun ni Matiliano, state machinery daw yan, na pagpapahirap sa mga dissenters na sinasabi niya. Kaya po, nag-testify ako sa Hawaii. Doon sa korte ng Hawaii. Kaya po, nag-landmark decision sa Hawaii. Human Rights Claims Board, nung pang Mayo 2014, nag-file po ako sapagkat nararamdaman ko na dapat ang yung mga kapinsalaan na inabot namin mga biktima ng kapanahonan ng martial law ay mabigyan ng recognition at yung kahit kailan konting tulong para naman sa amin lahat. Maraming salamat po.
The next one, Bailey, if you can just pass the microphone. Congressman Colmenares.
Sitting down, Chief.
Yes, sitting down is fine. As long as her words are clear enough for the record to be made.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Ako po si Carmencita Florentino. Mas kilala po ako sa pangalang Miling sa Barangay Tatalon. Isa po akong leader ng Urban Poor din po doon. Pinaglalaban namin yung karapatan namin sa paninirahan doon na expropriation law. April 77 po, dumating po yung mga Metrocom, may mga kasamang pulis ng Quezon City. may mga Armalite po sila. Sa pilitan po nila, marami po sila. Siguro hindi lang 100. Pinasok po ng sapilitan yung bahay namin. Kasalukuyan po, alas 7 ng gabi na papahinga na po kami, nakapantulog lang po ako. Niransak po yung bahay namin pagtapos kinaladgad po yung asawa ko. Yung anak ko po na 9 na taong babae na nag-iisa. Ako po, halos nahubaran na ako dahil pinipilit po akong arestuhin. Kaming mag-asawa. Tatatlo lang po kaming pamilya doon. Ako, yung anak kong nag-iisa. At sinasabing ako'y leader ng komunista na hindi ko naman po naintindihan yon. Ang alam ko po, pinaglalaban lang namin karapatan namin sa paninirahan sa Barangay Tatalon. Sa apilitan po, halos napunit na po yung damit ko. Binalibag ako doon sa palabas po ng pinto dahil hinahabol ko yung asawa ko na hinampas po ng Armalite. Nung mga Metrocom na yon, tumama po yung likod ko dito sa pintuan namin, yung kanto namin na halos mapilay na po ako. Pagkatapos po, dinala kami sa Camp Crame. Yung asawa ko, hindi ko na po nakita. Yung anak ko, nasa custody daw ng mga sundalo. Ako pinaglipat-lipat kung saan-saan doon, di ko na matandaan. May SD, Jago, na ini-interrogate ako, tinatanong, sino yung pinuno? Sino yung pinuno namin? Hindi ko po alam, wala akong masagot. Kaya po sa pagkakataon na yon, tumutulo na po yung, akala ko po sipon lang, dugo na pula ang lumalabas sa bibig ko tsaka sa ilong ko po dahil hindi ko alam kung ano na nangyari doon sa 9 na taong anak ko na babae na hiwalay sa akin. Masyado po ang pahirap na ginawa nila doon. Nakulang na lang na ma-rape ako. Inasa ko na lang po ang aking sarili sa Panginoong Diyos. Kung ano man ang mangyari sa akin, tatanggapin ko na. Pero yung anak ko, yung babae, hindi ko siya makita. Dahil ako nakabukod, bukod-bukod kami. Natanawan ko yung aking mga officer. Buntis ho, kinulong din pala. Kaya sobra ho ang hirap na inabot namin nung panahon ng martial law. Na masyado na kaming, hanggang ngayon taglay ko pa rin po. Hanggang ngayon yung sa baga ko may pilat. Hindi nawawala. Sinusumpong po paminsan-minsan. Lalo pa pagka naalaala ko ganito, na ini-interview kami. Kung maaari, ayoko nang magpa-interview dahil mahirap, napakasakit pong tanggapin. Pinalaya po kami pansamantala ng anak ko. Nagkita kami ng anak ko. 1 buwan po kami sa Camp Crame. Pansamantala, pinalaya kaming mag-ina dahil sa humanitarian daw po. Pero binabantayan pa rin kami sa bahay namin. Hindi kami makalayong mag-ina. At tuwing Sabado, nagre-report po kami dyan sa Camp Crame. Ang asawa ko po nakakulong sa Bikutan. Kasama po nila Catherine. Hanggang ngayon po, trauma na rin po yung anak ko kahit na may pamilya na ayaw nang tumira dito sa Pilipinas dahil baka po makulong uli kami. Ilang po.
And the last one.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Felix Darisay po, 64 years old. Sa apilitan po kung hinuli, kinulong ng mga panahon ng martial law, sometime 73, 74. Almost, kung totalin po lahat ang pagkakakulong ko, hindi naman tuloy-tuloy, almost 3 years po. So, ano na lang po, yung panahon ng ako, hinuli po sa pilitang pagkuha, ako po ay dinala sa Campo Crame. Sa Campo Crame po, sa panahon ng interrogation, nakaranas po ako ng iba't ibang klase ng pagmaltrato. Nandiyan po yung pagka hindi magandang sagot mo sa mga tanong nila, nakakatanggap po ako ng karate chop, mga suntok po sa tagiliran, na alam niyo naman ang katawan ko, maliit lang, ang pakiramdam ko, bali na yata yung tadyang ko rito. So, nandyan din po yung iipitin ng bala ng 45 ang kamay mo, didiinan, maganyan po. Meron din pong mga suntok sa iba't ibang parte ng katawan. May pagkakataon po na minsan, natadyakan po kayo, tinadyakan po ako, bumagsak sa isang pating mabato, kaya hanggang ngayon po, may pilat po ako rito. Ang pinakamabigat po kasi na nangyari sa akin sa panahon ng interrogation, kuminsan kasi kami pagka ni-interrogate, hindi na ho namin matiis sa mga sakit. So nakapagsasalta kami ng mga taong nakasama namin. So, nung panahon po na yun, gabi noon, so may mga nabingkat ako during interrogation ng mga tao, ng mga nakasama ko. So, nirate po namin yon, sinamahan ko sila. Marahil, siguro, yung mga dati yung kasama, nabaltaan na huli na ako, nagtakbuhan na po siguro. So, wala kami inabot. Ang mabigat na party po nung galit na galit sa mga sundalo, ng 5th CSU po yun. Ang 5th CSU po, 5th Constabulary Security Unit. Pinaka-notorious na torture panahon ng magsalo. Marami po yan. So, ang pinakamabigat po ron, kasi totoo po, ngayon, buti pa yung lalo victim, may mga counseling, pero kami po ang mga biktima. Hanggang ngayon po, wala pa kami natanggap. Maski justisya, mga counseling na yan. Ay, masakit sa amin. Ako po, nagiging emosyonal po ako. Hindi lang po sa sarili ko. Kasi nung panahon po, alam yan, ni Nachito Gascon, ni Ma'am Lina Sarmiento. Nandun po ako nung panahon ng mga filing. Marami po. Hindi lang yung sarili ko. Marami pa mga biktima po dyan, ma'am, na talagang maawa ka. Grabe po. Yung sa akin po, ang pinakamatindi po. Akala ko sa salvage na po ko. Dinala po ako sa isang madilim na lugar dyan sa Libis, Quezon City. Sa Eastwood, ng panahon pong yun, medyo gubatan po yun. Pinahihi kami. Sabi, nahihi ako. Nakarinig na lang po ako ng putok sa kaliwang bahagi ng tenga ko. Akala ko, patay na ako. Tapos, mga pompiang-pompiang po na yan. Pag sinabi pompiang, mga ganyan yan eh. Hanggang ngayon po, sa totoo po, humina po ang aking pandinig. Hindi naman ako tuluyang nabingi. Mahina po. Kaya pagka may tumatawag sa akin sa cellphone, sabi ko, pakitext mo na lang. Naulinigan ko ang boses niyo, pero hindi ko maintindihan. So, pakiusap lang sana. Sa totoo lang po, ma'am, dito, maaaring nagsasabing iba, forget about the past. Libing na natin yan dyan. sa amin po mga naging biktima, hindi po ganun kadali yun. Ang trauma po hanggang ngayon, dala-dala namin. Ting maalala namin, sinapit namin, naiyak kami. Nahawa kami sa sarili namin. Tapos ngayon, sasabihin nila, forget about the past. Paano kami mga naging biktima? Hanggang ngayon nga, wala pa nga kaming katarungan eh. Andyan nga, may 10 billion o yung mga claims board, mga naunayaman yan eh. Di ba nirecover natin yan? Tapos ngayon, sasabihin nila, Marcos is a hero. No, hindi po. Hindi po matapos. So, ang ganda na lang po sana po, pagbigyan nyo kami. Dahil kami, sa pati na ang mga biktima, payagan mo ng Supreme Court na ilibingan dyan, hindi po kami titigil sa paglaban namin sapagkat kami nakaranas ng lupit ng martial law hanggang habang buhay po namin dala yan. Salamat po.
Thank you very much. And well, the court is listening. So, Professor Gutierrez, have you had occasion to review the law again?
Yes, Your Honor.
Justice Lunen earlier asked you whether there are legal standards, and you were referring to certain commission declarations and reports that you believe by the incorporation theory are already part of domestic law.
Yes, Your Honor.
But it's a theory. Have you not found that RA 10368 in fact explicitly by statute as state policy have already adopted those declarations and conventions that you have been talking about as state policy already, incorporating them into domestic law? Is there textual basis for such a claim?
Yes, Your Honor. It is included in Section 2 of 10368, Your Honor. There is an explicit mention of the right to remedy as well as a reference to the various human rights conventions that we were citing earlier, Your Honor.
Okay. If you are going to summarize the second paragraph of Section 2 of RA 10368, can you make use of the text and make the proposition? Is it possible to make a proposition that that is in fact already a clear adoption of legal standards with respect to the treatment of human rights victims?
Yes, Your Honor. It recognizes the right to a remedy not only as embodied in the treaties that we have signed, but explicitly also under customary international law, Your Honor.
If you are going to just summarize Section 2, Paragraph 2, it says, first, the Constitution. So this is already legislative interpretation of the Constitution.
Yes, Your Honor.
Remember that that is already a source of law. It is not only this court that can interpret the Constitution, but there can be legislative interpretation of the Constitution. And the law says that the Philippines, by virtue of Section 2, Article 2, which was flashed on the screen, creates the following legal effects. There is adherence by the state to international human rights laws and conventions. And this adherence, by virtue of the phrase that starts with the word which imposes. Can you read that, please? Adherence to, it's an enumeration of the international conventions,
yes.
And then its interpretation is that these conventions therefore impose what on the state?
Imposes on each state party the obligation to enact domestic legislation.
Enact domestic legislations. This is a positive duty on the part of the state to enact domestic legislation. Next, to give effect, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. To give effect to the rights recognized therein, and to ensure that any person whose rights or freedoms have been violated shall have an effective remedy, even if the violation is committed by persons acting in an official capacity.
All right. So first, there is a statement that the law, that our international obligations requires both Congress and maybe even the judiciary. Is the judiciary authorized under the Constitution to enact remedies?
Yes, Your Honor.
Under what provision, Counsel?
The provision granting the judiciary, Your Honor, rule-making powers to protect substantive rights, Your Honor.
Constitutional rights, in fact.
Yes, Your Honor.
The Supreme Court is empowered to enact rules to uphold constitutional rights. Can it therefore, in fact, create decisions that uphold human rights, uphold constitutional rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can you go to the next sentence, please?
In fact, the right to a remedy is itself guaranteed under existing human rights treaties and/or customary international law, being peremptory in character, jus cogens, and as such has been recognized as non-derogable.
Does the Solicitor General have the right, therefore, or legal basis to tell this court that the human rights victims during martial law do not have a remedy?
No, Your Honor, because the statute itself very clearly provides that the state should provide and recognizes the right to that remedy.
Is the monetary compensation that is set aside from the 10 billion pesos of ill-gotten wealth sufficient to repair or to provide the remedy that these human rights victims are claiming?
No, Your Honor. In fact, in the next paragraph, Your Honor, the policy is explicitly stated that the state hereby acknowledges its moral and legal obligation to recognize and/or provide reparation to said victims and/or their families. So it is not simply the reparation itself, Your Honor, but also the recognition. And in fact, there are specific provisions later in the law which will actually attempt to provide that recognition through a role of victims.
So you
through the
call
creation
this
of
a positive duty to recognize?
Yes,
What?
Your Honor.
Can you use the terms of the law? Because that's very important.
The positive duty, Your Honor, to recognize and provide reparation
No,
to
no,
said
no,
victims.
no. The next paragraph. The policy of the state to what? The heroism.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go on. And sacrifices.
It is hereby declared the policy of the state to recognize the heroism and sacrifices of all Filipinos who were victims of summary execution, torture, enforced or involuntary disappearance, and other gross human rights violations committed during the regime of former President Ferdinand E. Marcos, covering the period from September 21, 1972 to February 25, 1986, and restore the victims' honor and dignity.
All right. Will the burial of the former president in Libingan ng mga Bayani, will it run counter to the positive duty of the state to recognize the heroism and sacrifice of human rights victims?
That is the contention of petitioners, Your Honor.
Well, I know, I read the petition, so I'm asking you.
Yes, Your Honor, we believe so. I think that it is fairly clear, Your Honor, in the law that that recognition of heroism and sacrifices of all Filipinos stated explicitly in
There are
10368
two
will be
positive
violated.
acts required of the state in that paragraph. First is recognition of their heroism and sacrifice. And the second part is in the last phrases. What does it state?
There is the restoration of victims' honor and dignity, Your Honor.
Does the proposed burial of President Marcos restore the victims' honor and dignity?
No, Your Honor, it does the complete opposite.
Why? Can you give a legal proposition that can satisfy the court that the burial of President Marcos in Libingan ng mga Bayani does not restore the victims' honor and dignity?
The legal burial of Ferdinand E. Marcos at the Libingan ng mga Bayani does not restore the victims' honor and dignity because it actually grants state honors to the person directly responsible for their suffering. So how can the state stand and say that the victim's honor and dignity is being restored when it is in fact doing the opposite in honoring their abuser and oppressor?
The Solicitor General has said that the victims must be satisfied already with the monetary compensation.
There is nothing in this particular law, Your Honor, which says that the restoration of victims' honor and dignity is
Is
limited
money
to monetary.
equivalent to restoration of honor and dignity, counsel?
It is not, Your Honor, by itself.
But can damages under the civil law approximate their sufferings?
It can to a certain extent, Your Honor,
Will
but
it
not completely.
continue their suffering?
The damages, Your Honor?
Will it continue the suffering that they are going through right now?
Yes, Your Honor, if Marcos is in fact
So the
buried
money
in the
that
Libingan.
may be claimed from the Human Rights Claims Board will not end the suffering.
No, Your Honor, it will not.
And then if money is given to them, but the President Marcos is buried at the Libingan ng mga Bayani, what happens to their suffering?
It is prolonged, Your Honor, extended, and further aggravated, as can be very clear from the statements made by some of the petitioners this afternoon, Your Honor.
Does the Human Rights Compensation Act attribute responsibility to President Marcos?
It does, Your Honor, because he
Even if President Marcos himself did not commit the rape, the electric shock, the beatings, the Russian roulette, and the threatened killing.
Yes, Your Honor, considering that his name is specifically mentioned in connection with his regime, which is responsible for all the human
What
rights
does Section 3 provide, Counsel?
Section 3 provides for various human rights violations committed. The definition
And
of
what
various
is
human
the
rights
attribution of responsibility under Section 3, Counsel?
The attribution is specifically to former President Ferdinand E. Marcos, Your Honor, in relation to certain acts he
In other
committed.
words, the acts of state agents or persons purporting to act under the state during that period covered by described in the act is attributed to President Marcos.
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, they are considered as his agents.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can the Human Rights Compensation Board take judicial notice motu proprio of individual persons who suffered human rights violations?
They can, Your Honor, under this law.
In addition to the declaration of policy, what other acts has the state done in implementation of this Republic Act? Would you know?
Well, it has specifically set aside the monies, Your Honor.
Yes.
The recognition, Your Honor.
How are they recognized?
Well, there is the explicit mandate here, Your Honor, to have a role of victims of human rights violations during martial law. There is also the construction of a martial law museum and the mandate to include in our education teaching about the martial law experience, particularly the aspect relating to human rights violations committed during that period, Your Honor.
I think the Commission on Human Rights may have something to say about this. Are you required by the law to do anything under this act? May I request the Commission Chairperson to please approach the podium? Attorney Ibarra, yield please.
Your Excellencies, good afternoon. Yes, Your Honor. The Commission on Human Rights is mandated to assist both the Human Rights Victims Claims Board in pursuing their mandate of providing recognition and reparation. It is also mandated to work with other agencies of government in what is referred to as the Memorial Commission to create a perpetual memorial about the abuses and excesses during martial law so that all future generations may be adequately informed about the atrocities during the dictatorship.
Have you, as designated chairperson of that commission, done something concrete about this?
Your Honors, the Memorial Commission is meeting on a regular basis, actually, since we assumed office, about every semester, every 4 months. And we are currently in the process of determining a permanent site for the memorial. In the meantime, we are also assisting the Human Rights Victims Claims Board because of the lack of resources that are currently with the Human Rights Victims Claims Board to provide additional personnel so that they may facilitate the processing of the applications, Your Honor.
Can you be patient with me and tell me specifically under the law each particular duty you are required to do?
Yes, Your Honor. The Human Rights Victims Claims Board is the body mandated to receive the claims.
All right, that's about the monetary part.
No, Your Honor.
Does the claims board have the duty also to recognize them as human rights victims?
Yes, Your Honor. They will, at the end of the process, determine what is referred to as the role of victims, which will include all applicants that have been processed, as well as motu proprio declaration of those who chose not to apply but are considered to be victims or heroes during martial law. And so that will be
So it is a list of victims.
that's right, Your Honor.
All right, and there is a process specified by the law for that kind of recognition.
Yes, Your Honor. The Human Rights Victims Claims Board will promulgate the rules in terms of determining those who will be acknowledged as victims motu proprio. So the list of victims will be larger than just those that have actually applied, because, Your Honors, the contemporary narration is that actually it's not just 7,730 victims that actually
It's not
suffered.
It's not 75,000 claims. I thought it's
No,
75,000.
those that had suffered actually was a larger number of victims, but only 75,000 had been given the opportunity to file a claim, which is why there is
Because it is the filing of a claim is time bound.
That's right.
In other words, for the monetary part, because there is a sunset clause for the board, it must be processed, and the mandate of the board ends on 2018.
May 2018, Your
For the
Honor.
monetary part.
Yes, Your
But the
Honor.
list of victims may expand more than those that they will be awarding reparations to.
Because they have the authority to also declare victims motu proprio. Although
Yes.
those who are declared motu proprio are deemed to have waived the right to receive monetary reparations, Your Honor. Only those that have actually filed claims will be granted monetary reparations. But, Your Honor, that this highlights the important part about reparations in domestic and international law. Reparations are not just about payment of money.
That is my point. Actually, I want you to explain this to me. Because one major defense of the respondent is that anyway, these human rights victims are going to be paid. So can you explain this in light of the law?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, both in domestic and international law, reparations are a positive act that a state must undertake in order to prevent impunity for human rights violations. And therefore, reparations actually consists of a series of activities beyond the payment of money alone. It also includes acknowledgement, recognition, and a very key element, Your Honors, is what is referred to as an obligation for non-repetition. And that is why we in the Commission on Human Rights take a position that a decision to bury Mr. Marcos in the Libingan ng Bayani sends a terrible signal about this matter of reparation, that there is a commitment on the part of the state that the atrocities that had happened before will no longer be repeated, Your Honors. In fact, the UN guidelines speak specifically of an attitude of reparation towards the victims. And there is a provision in Rule 6 of the UN Guiding Principles on providing reparations, which, as you have seen, is part of the law of the land, given Section 2 of the law. Rule 6 of the UN Guiding Principles specifically talks about treatment of victims, and there is a specific principle that says that the victims should not be exposed to re-traumatization of their the atrocities that they had received. And as we can see, without a comprehensive program of reparation, which should include a decision about burial in the Libingan ng Bayani, what will happen is we will actually expose the victims to re-traumatization, which is prohibited under international law.
Have you found any authority that to put at the inflictor of suffering in what is characterized by law as a hallowed and sacred place, the national shrine, because the Libingan ng mga Bayani has already been characterized as a national shrine by presidential proclamation and law. If the perpetrator of the complaint of act is placed in a national shrine, how do you relate that to re-traumatization and a violation of the positive duty on the part of the state to honor the dignity of the victims?
Placing the perpetrator in a place of honor that the whole country will be able to see will in effect negate our acknowledgement of the fact that human rights violations had occurred and our acknowledgement of each of the victims in this case, Your Honor. So the fact that there will be a place of honor for the perpetrator creates a continuing offense on the part of the victims, Your Honors.
So with respect to the existence of a legal standard, is it the position, therefore, of the Commission that to honor one who has been declared as the perpetrator of human rights atrocities is to violate the standard of RA 10368?
Yes, Your Honor, because it runs counter to the totality of the meaning of reparations, which is not just monetary in character, Your Honors.
Can you refer us to any legal authority for your claim that, in fact, the honoring of the dictator, the late dictator, will be, in fact, re-traumatizing and be a violation of our clear legal obligation?
Yes, Your Honor, we will, if you will allow us, we will submit a memorandum to that effect.
It is actually our agreement that we would not spend very late hours on this case. So we might need to adjourn for now. But allow me to just put on record certain things just so that we can have an orderly proceedings for the next session. Commissioner Gaston, Chairman Gaston, you have to be ready with your presentation of
Yes,
your
Your Honor.
position next session. And may I just request Secretary Alunan, just so that I can have things on the record. You are excused for
Thank you,
now.
Your Honor.
Please approach the rostrum, Secretary Alunan.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes, in one of the decisions of the Supreme Court, they had recognized an agreement that had been reached between the President and the Marcos family. And you had claimed, the media had reported that you were instrumental for this agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. On August 19, 1992, I signed a memorandum of understanding with former First Lady Imelda Marcos. And this was submitted to President Ramos. If you wish, I would like to read the contents.
Yes, please read it into the record and leave a copy with the court. And do you have the original of that document?
No, sir. No, ma'am. The original was submitted to President Ramos.
Okay.
What I have is a Xerox copy from his files.
Can I request the Solicitor General to submit to the court for the next session the official version, the official copy that is with the files of the Office of the President? Mr. Solicitor General? Okay. Pardon?
I will request President Ramos to provide a copy.
Let's just hear from the Solicitor General.
This is the first time that I saw that memorandum of understanding, Your Honor.
Can you please request the Executive Secretary to give you a copy of the same, because he has custody of the files of the Office of the President?
I'm afraid, Your Honor, he doesn't have the custody because according to Secretary Alunan, the original is with the former President Fidel V. Ramos, Your Honor.
Can we request former President Ramos to lend to the court for the next session the originals, and we will assure you that we will return it to him?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then can you kindly read into the records the contents of that memorandum?
Yes, it states here, Memorandum of Understanding. Know all men by these presents. This Memorandum of Understanding executed by and between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines, represented by Department of the Interior and Local Government Secretary Rafael M. Alunan III, and the family of the late President Ferdinand E. Marcos, represented by his widow, Mrs. Imelda P. Marcos, shall embody the conditions and procedures by which the remains of the former President of the Republic of the Philippines shall be brought back to and interred in the Philippines. Witnesseth, paragraph 1. It is hereby agreed that the remains of former President Ferdinand E. Marcos shall be allowed to be brought back to the Philippines from Hawaii, USA on 1 September 1992. Paragraph 2. That the remains shall be brought directly from Hawaii, USA, to Lawag, Ilocos Norte, by means of an aircraft which shall fly directly to its port of destination at Lawag International Airport, Lawag, Ilocos Norte. It shall be understood that once the aircraft enters the Philippine area of responsibility, stopover for whatever reason in any airport other than the airport of destination shall be allowed only upon prior clearance from the Philippine government. Paragraph 3. That the family of the late President Marcos undertakes to fix a wake period of 9 days, beginning 1 September 1992, to allow friends, relatives, and supporters to pay their courtesy, last respect, and homage to the former president at the Marcos family home at Batac, Ilocos Norte. It shall undertake further to maintain peaceful and orderly wake and/or help and cooperate with the local government authorities, ensure that the same will not be used to foment and promote civil disorder. Paragraph 4, and this is where there is a slight controversy here, and I will explain later. That the remains shall be buried on the 9th of September 1992 at the family burial grounds at Batac, Ilocos Norte, provided that any transfer of burial grounds shall be with prior clearance from the Philippine government, taking into account the prevailing socio-political climate. I say that this particular paragraph was controversial was because after we both signed it, Mrs. Marcos decided to pencil in temporarily interred to replace buried on the 9th of September. She countersigned that correction. I did not, because I did not see it. Paragraph 5. The government shall provide appropriate military honors during the wake and interment, the details of which shall be arranged and finalized by and between the parties hereto. I have a separate document on the military honors required. Paragraph 6. The government shall ensure that the facilities at Lawag International Airport will allow for a safe landing as well as processing of incoming passengers, their cargoes, and/or personalities subject to the provisions and requirements of existing laws and regulations. In witness hereof, whereof the authorized representatives of the parties hereto have set their hands on this 19th day of August 1992 at Quezon City, Philippines. For the DILG, Rafael M. Malunon III. For the Marcos family, Imelda R. Marcos.
Thank you very much, Secretary Alunan. We will request you to allow the court to photocopy your copy of that document, and please immediately return it to him. And the other, all the parties are going to be given copies as well by the clerk of court. And may we also request you, are you ready to leave with us also the documents regarding the military honors that had been conferred already?
Your Honor, I have the complete list of documents that President Ramos gave me to prepare for this session.
So
I will leave this behind.
Please leave it behind, and we will return that.
Yes.
And kindly, please, the clerk of court will also ensure that all parties receive copies of the documents to be left behind by Secretary Alunan. And we will request that you please stay with us also for the next round of oral arguments.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you. And may I request the chair of the National Historical Commission to also leave the documents that is the basis of the report, as well as the report itself, with the clerk of court. And then we will also photocopy the same and return to you those, the originals that you have. The PCGG Director for Research, please. We will request you State your name, please.
My name, ma'am, is Danilo R.V. Daniel. I am the Director for Research and Development Department of PCGG, and I was appointed as Officer in Charge last August 1, 2016, Your Honor.
May I request you to also bring a summary of all the cases that you had filed, the outcome of such cases, successful or unsuccessful, a summary of all the claims that you had been pursuing, the cases, and so that we will be allowed to have a view of the size of the claims that the government is running after,
Yes,
as well
Your-
as the personalities involved,
Yes, Your Honor.
both criminal and civil, as well as those that had been reached by amicable settlement.
Yes, Your Honor.
When can you give the court a copy of that kind of a report?
Give me 7 days, ma'am. I will submit.
Pardon?
Give me 7 days, ma'am.
No, that's too long.
5 days, Your Honor.
Can you give it to us by Friday?
I will do that, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. Please take your seat and please join us also, the chairperson also of the Commission on Human Rights. Please approach the podium. Can you also give us an update on all the actions that you had been taking in relation to RA 10386, as well as the position of the Commission on Human Rights, as well as the documents you might wish us to look at in order to understand, as well as the legal authorities you had been citing?
Yes, Your Honor.
The chairperson of the Human Rights Claims Board, Mrs. Sarmiento, General Sarmiento, please. May I ask you also to do that, to give us something that we can chew for the weekend. Can you submit to us something by Friday that will give us a reason to understand the work of the Human Rights Claims Board?
Yes, Your Honor.
As well as even the non-reparatory components.
Yes, Your Honor.
The Adjutant General is also requested to stand. General Sevilla, please. Can you also speak for the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you also speak for the AFP Chief of Staff?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can tell us the manner by which the regulations were arrived at, including its history?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you give us insight on the reasons why the persons indicated in the list submitted by the Solicitor General were interred there even though they were not military generals?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kindly give us a summary, please, so that we can understand who are interred in the Libingan ng mga bayani.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any other justice who wishes for documents to be submitted to the court by Friday?
Chief,
Justice Leonen.
we noticed that in the consolidated comment filed by the Solicitor General, our copies of the AFP regulations are either truncated or of a copy that is not clear, not legible. Can we request that we be given clear, legible, complete copies of the relevant AFP regulations, basically those mentioned in the pleadings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any other justice? Justice Velasco might want something else.
May I request the Solicitor General to discuss during your presentation PD 105 as raised by Justice Kagiwa, and also tell us what happened to the National Shrines Commission, because apparently it's not under Chairperson Jokno. Can you elucidate on that in your presentation? Okay.
Justice Kagiwa, anything you want the Solicitor General even, as well as the petitioners, to submit by Friday?
From the AFP Chief.
Adjutant General, please. Your attention is requested.
Yes, all the regulations
Yes, sir.
prior to even the 3 regulations that were submitted by the Solgen, so that we can see a history of how the regulations morphed into their present form. So all prior regulations, and if there are any subsequent regulations to the 2000 regulations, we'd like copies of those.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Thank you.
From the petitioners, you want anything to be submitted by them? All right. May I request all the counsels please to rise while instructions are going to be given. This session will be reset to September What date is it? Tuesday, that's September what, Clerk of Court? Tuesday? September 7? No, September 6. Pardon? I'm sorry. Okay, we will not hold it on Tuesday because we have an important design competition that will be announced. So Tuesday afternoon, we will not hold the oral arguments. We will hold it Wednesday. What time did we agree? 10 also, 10 a.m. And counsels for petitioner are required to are requested to prepare for the continuation of the interpellations, and then hopefully we will immediately proceed to the counsel for respondents, both public and private respondents. All those to whom instructions have been given, the Adjutant General and our resource persons are requested to please submit all of these by 3 p.m. Friday. The Clerk of Court is requested, of this week, the Clerk of Court is requested to please photocopy and provide copies for the justices. And then please, I know this is quite expensive, but please make copies available to, how many copies do we need? Can the petitioners share just one copy and you photocopy among yourselves? One copy for the petitioners and one copy for the respondents. So the public and private respondents will just share one copy because I really don't know the volume of documentation that they will be submitting to us. So the resource persons are requested to please submit 3 copies. Is that fine with you? So 3 p.m. on Friday. And I am not aware whether all the table of authorities have already been submitted, Clerk of Court? All the parties have already submitted their table of authorities? There is no late submission that you're going to submit anymore? Your PowerPoint presentations and everything, please comply with the instructions. So this being the case, this session is hereby adjourned to resume on the date and time indicated at this same venue.